The first part of this hearing will focus on the rehabilitation of the Ninoy Aquino International Airport Complex. Just 2 days ago, the Manila International Airport Authority revoked the original proponent status granted to Megawide GMR Consortium. Due to this hitch, the committee's concern is that all of these supposed PPPs will remain as mere PowerPoint presentations when time is of the essence, especially since the number of passengers in NAIA is projected to reach 101.5 million by 2040. The second part of today's hearing will focus on a series of resolutions pertaining to the mandatory cashless policy in toll expressways. We shall look at the issues surrounding its implementation and explore what can be done to address the complaints and improve the travel experiences of motorists. We will ask DOTR and its attached agencies three basic questions. What did you do? Your preparation for this transaction. Number two, what are you doing now? The status of the implementation of the cashless toll collection system. And number three, what will you be doing moving forward? Without prejudice to the facts which may arise in the course of these proceedings, the general sentiment of the public reveals a lack of foresight on the policy and gross mishandling of the situation. Essentially, tolled expressways are waiting lines which obey the same universal law. If customers arrive faster than rate at which they can be served, then the whole line will bog down. This is exactly what happened in NLEX. On the supply side, only 25% to 30% of frequent NLEX travelers were RFID users in 2019. This is quite low compared to the usage rates of contactless toll systems in Asia, which is 90%. Japan is 75%, in Taiwan, 74.2%, South Korea. This ensured that there would be a sudden surge in the number of RFID users, which should have been handled. Sa kabuuan, may 3 milyong sasakyan sa NCR ang walang RFID bago pinairal ang cashless system. On the service side, matagal nang marami ang mga reklamo tungkol sa unreliability ng NLEX toll gates. Pero mukhang walang ginagawa ang concessionaire. For example, here is an opinion column from 2018. 2018, the electronic toll gates of NLEX and lately SETEX suffers from frequent slow or misreading at toll gates. Minsan daw, mas mabilis pa sa cash lanes. Tandaan po natin 2018 pa po ito. Ito naman ang comments mula sa social media noong 2019. Ang bagal o ang hina ng sensors ng RFID ng NLEX. Every time na ginagamit, need pang itutok at minsan atras at abante ka muna several times para lang ma-detect ito. I myself have experienced that. Ang maliliit lang sana na reklamo noong 2019, naging malaking problema ngayong 2020 dahil nagpatupad ng polisiya habang hindi pa handa ang sistema. The Toll Regulatory Board, as the primary regulator of toll operators, cannot escape the blame. It seems to me that the TRB has been content to do two things and nothing else. Number one, raise toll rates and collect fees. Truth be told, TRB can't even do its job of collecting toll fees that well. According to the Commission on Audit, the TRB failed to collect toll fees in the amount of 44.24 million in 2017 and 859.94 million in 2019, almost a billion pesos. It should be noted that the TRB, like the NDRMC and PhilHealth, suffers from having a governing board which is dominated by ex-officio cabinet secretaries who have more important things to do. The future of the TRB is another issue which must be resolved during this hearing. The backlash in this implementation of the electronic toll collection system reminded those in public service about the importance of careful planning and thorough preparation. It also exposed the tendency of some government agencies to yield to what seems like trial and error when it comes to implementing new policies. Indeed, some policies require urgent implementation, especially during pandemic. However, requiring a shift to 100% cashless, a toll collecting system in a matter of 3 or 4 months seems a little hasty and unrealistic. Hindi naman tama na sa pagmamadali natin, kapakanan ng ating mga kababayang motorista ang masasakripisyo. We have seen this before. Magmamadali mag-implement ng bagong polisiya, tapos ititigil pag marami lang nagreklamo. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, I will say it again. We laud the intention behind this policy. The objective of this hearing is to identify areas of improvement and hopefully prevent predicaments like this from happening again. Para sana sa susunod, hindi na kailangan na may mga mayor na magsususpinde ng business permit o mga senador na magpapasa pa ng resolusyon bago maaksyonan ang mga reklamo ng ating mga motorista. Before I yield the floor to my fellow senators who are joining us today, I would like to acknowledge first their presence by order of arrival, except the birthday boy, our champ and our dear colleague who's working very hard, even if it's his birthday today, Senator Manny Pacquiao. Happy birthday, sir. Thank you for attending our hearing. I know that you have this time for your family, but you gave time for a very important issue. Thank you, sir. And also in order of arrival, Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Villanueva, Senator Binay, and Senator Drilon. May I ask the Secretariat to read out the names of our resource persons who are present here today?
Magandang tanghali po. For today's virtual public hearing, we have the following resource persons. From the Department of Transportation, we have Secretary Arthur Tugade, Undersecretary Ruben Reynoso, Undersecretary for Aviation and Airports, Captain Manuel Antonio L. Tamayo, Assistant Secretary for Road Transport and Infrastructure, Attorney Mark Steven Pastor, Executive Director of the Toll Regulatory Board, Engineer Abraham Sales, Assistant Secretary for Land Transportation Office, Edgar Galvante, and LTFRB Chairman Attorney Martin Delgra. From Valenzuela City, Mayor Rex Gatchalian. From Giginto, Bulacan, Mayor Ambrosio Boy Cruz. From Metro Pacific Tollways Corporation, we have Mr. Rodrigo E. Franco, Mr. Romulo S. Kimbo Jr., Mr. Christopher C. Lizo, and Mr. Roberto V. Bontilla. From North Luzon Expressway, we have Mr. Jose Luigi Bautista. From AC Infrastructure, we have Mr. Joseph Canlas. From Skyway O&M Corporation, Mr. Manuel M. Bonoan. And from San Miguel Corporation, we have Attorney Melissa Encanto Tagarda. From Megawide, we have Mr. Edgar Saavedra, Mr. Louis Ferrer, Mr. Jim Feliciano. From Provincial Bus Operators Association of the Philippines, we have Mr. Alex Yage. From the Passenger Forum, we have Mr. Primo Morillo. And from Infrawatch PH, Mr. Terry L. Ridon. That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you to our Secretariat. As I mentioned, the first part will be about the NAIA rehabilitation. So I know that Senator Gatchalian and a few others would like an opening statement for the RFID issue. But if there are any senators who would like to speak before we begin, Senator Joel, I see you raising up. Please go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. as one of the authors of this resolution, may I just give a short opening statement? And unfortunately, I cannot join the entire hearing because there's a big event here in Bulacan in the Capitolio with our governor and other local officials. Let me first of all greet Senator Manny. Happy birthday, my good friend, my brother in Christ. Happy birthday. And also, we greet and acknowledge of course, the DOTR family represented by or headed by our good friend, Secretary Tugade. And lastly, Madam Chair, I'd like to acknowledge my good friend. He's not just the mayor of Giginto, Bulacan. He is the president of the League of Mayors of the entire province. That's Mayor Boy Cruz, who is with us today. Madam Chair, extraordinary circumstances have changed the way we live. Due to safety concerns, naging uso na po yung telecommuting, yung work from home, cashless transactions, at ang mga online transactions sa tinatawag po nating new normal. Bungsod ng pagbabagong ito, ang pagtataguyod ng mga polisiya ng ating gobyerno upang tugunan po ang banta ng pandemya. Isa na nga po dito yung pagtataguyod ng RFID o cashless system sa ating mga expressway. While this system was originally envisioned as an effective and safe way to reduce human contact and promote social distancing, its implementation left much to be desired. Sa loob po nung unang linggo ng pagpapalawak ng sistema, from sa NLEX, maging sa SLEX, katakot-takot po yung problema na kinaharap ng at dinanas ng ating mga tsuper, ng ating mga commuters o mananakay. It is ironic, Madam Chair, no? It is ironic that this system made traffic the new normal in an expressway. If this isn't ironic enough, pahirapan po ang paglo-load ng mga driver sa kanilang mga RFID dahil inaabot ng isa o mahigit pang oras bago makapasok po kayo o pumasok ang load sa isang supposedly convenient system. Lastly, Madam Chair, our commuters are not getting their money's worth sa paggamit ng expressway. Sa tinaas po ng toll fee sa huling, I think, yung 10 taon, tumaas rin yung pasakit hindi lamang sa bulsa ng mga driver, hindi yung pati sa oras nila at pagod nila sa traffic. Hindi po talaga makatarungan, Madam Chair. And it is time that we as representatives of the people look into how our regulators and concessionaires are working to ease the problems in our toll roads. I speak for a lot of Bulaqueños. I use NLEX almost every day. And Madam Chair, we also propose to work with them to find practicable and simple solutions to make our highways true expressways. Bukod po sa problema, Madam Chair, ng expressway, nais din po natin na malaman kung totoo ba yung foul play na naririnig natin o aberya na naganap po doon sa pag-alis ng Megawide bilang concessionaire sa NAIA Rehabilitation Project. Alam nyo, Madam Chair, I don't have any friends from Megawide. In fact, these guys yung nakikita natin sa screen, I don't think they have met with me or talked to me. I don't know anyone from Megawide. Pero as an observer, Madam Chair, mahirap lang po isipin na yung isang kumpanya na may track record dun sa rehabilitation sa Cebu Airport. And Madam Chair, you can attest to this. We have been talking about this in the Senate lounge with a lot of senators. Na bilib po tayo. Gusto natin yung ginawa nila sa Cebu. And then all of a sudden, we just heard about this na bigla silang natanggal o tinanggal sa kalagitnaan ng pag-aayos ng isang proyekto na magbibigay ng magandang mga pasilidad sa isang international airport na matagal na po nating napabayaan. No? So we should really ask ourselves if we want our airport to be rehabilitated at the soonest possible time. If indeed Megawide committed violations, okay yun, sige, tama yun. But we wanted to know what these are, Madam Chair, and remedies perhaps should be started against them kung ganun. But if it is the other way around, kung yung ahensya ng gobyerno ang may kasalanan, then they should also be sanctioned. So, yun lang ho, Madam Chair, at again, I thank you, Madam Chair, for calling this hearing despite the fact that we ended our session last night and nag-meeting pa ho tayo hanggang wee hours in the morning. Kaya we commend your hardworking spirit, Madam Chair, for calling this hearing. Thank you again, and God bless us all.
Thank you, Senator Joel. I know that you also are devoted to your kababayans in Bulacan. That's why you have so many outreach projects. Thank you for your time today. And I know that you're one of the users of NLEX, frequent user. So you understand firsthand the problem. At saka tayo pag nag-iikot sa buong Pilipinas, ginagamit natin ang mga paliparan sa lahat ng lugar. At nakita naman natin, parehong experience natin, maganda naman, dun sa napatayong airport sa Mactan. Kaya tingnan lang natin kung sino ba talaga ang dapat mag-explica at managot sa issue. Thank you for bringing both topics up. Sen Joel, enjoy your day with your kababayans. And I would like now to acknowledge our birthday celebrant who has an opening statement because I think he also has to spend some time with his family today. I think he deserves that and more. Senator Manny Pacquiao is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I ask a few questions, I will read my opening statement. And today is my birthday, and I do not want to miss this opportunity to show my support to the efforts of Senator Grace Poe and our colleagues in investigating this issue on toll operations and RFID, cashless transactions on toll expressway. I would like to urge the Department of Transportation and the Toll Regulatory Board to fix the problem and provide immediate solution, or else we will recommend the suspension of the implementation of the full cashless system on tollways and revert to the combined use of cash and radio frequency identification or the RFID system. Bago sana tayo mag full cashless system, ayusin muna siguro natin yung sistema. Ang gusto natin ito ay ang primary purpose naman ng cashless transaction ay ang mapabilis ang daloy ng mga sasakyan sa ating mga toll gates. So maganda naman ang adhikain nito at hindi sana maging maabala ang ating mga motorista. With this, I call on the tollway concessionaires, Metro Pacific Corporation and the San Miguel Corporation to balance the number of cash and RFID toll gates to ease the congestion along expressways. Let us address the problems related to the full implementation of the cashless system without delay. Naniwala naman ako sa kakayahan ninyo na mapapabilis nyo agad, masolusyonan nyo yung problema na to para hindi na mag-abala yung ating mga kababayan. So kailangan natin magtulungan po tayo na hanapin ang solusyon ng problemang ito at buksan natin ang ating mga isipan sa mga problemang alternatibo upang agarang matugunan ang hinaing ng ating mga kababayan. Ang birthday wish ko ay magkaisa tayong lahat para sa ating bayan. I firmly believe that with unity and solidarity, we can attain victory. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair, and to all the attendees today.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Pacquiao. Does the minority leader want to add anything before we begin with the airport rehab issue?
No, I'm here to listen to the issues, and will not make any opening statement. It is not my birthday, so I don't know.
Thank you, Senator.
Belated happy birthday, belated.
Senator Gatchalian will eventually give an opening when we start so that we can transition smoothly for the RFID issue. In the meantime, I would like to hear from the DOTR, perhaps, with regards to this NAIA rehabilitation. Do they have a presentation to the Secretariat? Do they have an opening statement or a presentation?
With the permission of the Honorable Chair, I have.
the Secretary Tugade is now recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. To the distinguished members of this Honorable Senate Committee on Public Service, headed by its chairperson, Madam Senator Grace Po, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. At the onset, let me sincerely apologize to the public who have been inconvenienced by the heavy congestion of the North Luzon Expressway or NLEX. Some points of the department order on cashless transaction at toll gates may have contributed to this congestion. Thus, I would like to convey our appreciation and gratitude to the Senate, particularly the Committee on Public Service, for according us this opportunity to discuss initiative, our present solution, and talk about ways forward to fully address the issue. We also appreciate the efforts exerted by other members of the government and the private sector in calling our attention to this concern. We welcome this in the spirit of improving our service to the public. Kung mararapatin ko at bibigyan ng approval ng ating mahal na chairperson, hayaan niyo kung magawa ako ng konting narratives or narration upang ilagay sa tamang perspektiba ang ating mga pag-uusap ngayong araw na ito. Alam niyo po, noong pong August 13, nag-issue ho yung Department of Transportation ng isang department order na nagsasabing or requiring cashless or contactless transaction for all vehicles traveling on all toll expressways. Itong department order na ito ay buod or ito ho ay napanganak bilang kasagutan sa tinatawag na malawakang consultation and discussion and coordination with all stakeholders. Pag sinabi ko pong stakeholders, ito po ay kinabibilangan ng TRB, LTO, LTFRB at ng mga service providers. Sabihin ko lang po, ngayong buod at pinakakaloob doon sa department order ay isang produkto ng koordinasyon at dialogo ng lahat ng stakeholders. Kasama na po doon yung mga probisyon na nagsasabing meron kayong 3 buwan upang sa ganon ilagay sa katuparan at sa tamang pamamalagay yung pag-implement upang makamtan natin yung tinatawag na cashless or contactless transaction.
Sorry po, Mr. Secretary, mawalang galang lang po, pero ang una pong parte ng ating pagdinig ngayon ay tungkol sa NAIA rehabilitation kasi magiging mahaba-haba po yung RFID. So, pasensya na po, alam ko yung mga ibang senador nag-umpisa tungkol sa RFID dahil po kinakailangang umalis. Subalit, tutukan po natin yung airport ngayon kung hindi po kayo magpepresenta noon kung sa MIA ang magpepresenta yung Manila International Airport Authority, pwede po bang marinig muna sila tungkol dito sa issue na kinansalan ninyo ang original proponent status ng Megawide, kaya back to square one na naman tayo at wala pang rehabilitasyon ngayon sa NAIA. Pasensya na po, Secretary.
Naintindihan ko, Madam Chairman, wala pong kaso, walang problema. Uunahin ko po yung MIA.
Salamat po.
Nagkaroon ho ng desisyon yung board ng MIA. Liwanagin ko lang ho, ang primary agency dito sa unsolicited proposal or original proponent status ng Megawide, ang primary agency po dito ay yung MIA. Kaya nga ba't nagkaroon ng board meeting ang MIA na kung saan, among others, ang diniscuss po sa board meeting ng MIA ay, ang sabi ho nila, isuspendin muna or i-abrogate yung unsolicited proposal o yung original proponent status ng Megawide sa kadahilanan na ito ho ay hindi tumugma nung araw na yon, nung desisyon, ginawa yung desisyon, yung mga requirement ng NEDA at ICC na patukoy sa tinatawag ho na equity requirements. Mamaya ho, kakausapin natin yung pamunuan ng ating planning at MIA upang bigyan explanation o kaliwanagan yung tinatawag na non-compliance or not meeting the equity requirements sa MIA. Noong nakaraang meeting ho, mga 1-2 araw, kinumpirma ng Board of Directors ng MIA yung desisyon na kung saan i-revoke at sa tabi muna yung desisyon ng pagbibigay ng original proponent status sa Megawatt. Ang sabi ho nila, isatabi yan. Meantime, itodo at iusog at madaliin yung tinatawag na rehabilitation program ng MIA. Na kung saan, bago pa po ng pandemya at bago po dumating yung mga unsolicited proposal, meron naman hong program of action ng MIA na patukoy sa kanilang rehabilitasyon. Sinabi rin ho nila na habang ginagawa yung rehabilitasyon, sabi ng board, bigyan punto at diin yung tinatawag at safety and security. At habang inuunsad at tinutulak yung rehabilitasyon, open po yung proponent na Megawatt na gumawa ng kanilang inaakalang dapat gawin upang sa gayon kung maitutuloy na pansinin yung kanilang original proponent status. Ito po yung estado ngayon. Marahil po, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, nararapat lang na yung primary agency, yung pamunuan ng primary agency dito sa unsolicited proposal sa MIA ay mapakinggan po namin. Sasamahan po siya ng ating head, ng ating planning division na si Yusek Benny Reynoso. Sila po ay nagsama sa pagtalakay ng original proponent status ng Megawatt with the permission of the chairman, the honorable chairman.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for the overview. Let's have the representatives named by Secretary Tugade give their statements or presentation.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, the rest of the members.
Please speak loudly, please. Hindi pa rin po namin kayo marinig.
Sige po, silipat po. Can you hear me now, Madam Chairman?
A little bit better.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity and good afternoon to you and the rest of the members of this committee. On December 4th, we had our board meeting, and in that meeting, there was during the agenda presentation, one of the board members requested for an executive session to discuss the present OPS of Megawatt. And that was
May I ask for the name, sir, may I ask for the name of the board member?
It was a private sector board member, Director Yonso Nakpil.
I'm sorry, who again?
Director Nakpil, Madam Chairman.
And Director Nakpil is with the private sector. What company?
I'm not aware of the company.
Okay, go ahead. Then I'll ask for the credentials of Director Nakpil. Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
There was a motion. So in the second session, he manifested that the OPS status of the Megawatt be revisited because of the letter that has been received from Mega. And there was a motion to vote, and that was done, and the votation resulted to a majority decision to revoke the Megawatt Consortium OPS.
Is that all that you're going to add to it? The recommendation?
Yes, ma'am. That was basically a board action, which was voted, and it was also ratified to last December 15 during our December board, and it was ratified and confirmed that the vote was the same.
Can you explain to us, because at first you favorably allowed OPS for Megawide, knowing already their financial situation, what happened recently that NEDA discovered in their financial status?
May I ask Yusek Reynoso to explain the details of this deal?
Yusek Reynoso's designation is?
Is the Yusek for planning for the DOTR?
Go ahead, sir. Mr.
Madam
Reynoso.
Chairperson,
Yes, was that Senator Binay?
Madam Chairperson,
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
if it's possible, can they spread into the record the letter of NEDA to MIA?
That is a good point. Do you have a copy of the letter of the NEDA?
Letter from NEDA, ma'am.
Yes. Supposedly it was NEDA who decided that
We will submit.
you will submit, but do you have one on file?
Meron po.
We, with the permission of the Madam Chair,
The secretary is recognized.
we have the copy, Madam Chair, of the letter now.
And who signed it from NEDA?
We can read the letter with the permission of the Chair.
Yeah, that would be better. I was hoping you have a timeline presentation, but yeah, go ahead. Please enlighten us.
If I'm allowed to read, it was dated November 19, addressed to Honorable Arthur P. Tugade. A subject returning to the implementing agency the unsolicited proposal of Megawide Construction Corporation for the Ninoy Aquino International Airport Comprehensive Capacity Enhancement Project. Dear Secretary Tugade, this refers to the subject unsolicited proposal by Megawide Consortium as the second-in-kind unsolicited proponent for NAIA project. Endorsed by the Department of Transportation to Investment Coordination Committee, ICC NEDA Board approval on July 29, 2020, with subsequent submissions as indicated in the attached list of submitted documentary requirements Annex A. We are returning the submitted unsolicited proposal and project documents in view of the findings of the ICC Secretariat's evaluation that the NMC equipment equity position is insufficient to finance the equity requirement for the proposed project. Despite the ICC Secretariat iteration in our 12 October 2020 letter and 23 October letter meeting with the agency that MCC does not meet the equity requirements of the project. We have still not received any document that proves otherwise. Section 10.7 and 10.8 of the Republic Act 7718 or the amended DOT law and its implementing rules and regulation require the sponsor agency due diligence in the review and conferment of the original proponent's status to a private proponent. The agency, in this case, shall among others ensure that the proponent has submitted complete documents, complete the evaluation of the project, and ensure that the proponent is qualified in accordance with pre-qualification requirements, i.e. legal, technical, financial capacity, prior to the granting of the OPS. However, the ICC Secretariat findings suggest that the requirement under Section 5.4 of the amended DOT law and its IRR pre-qualification requirements are not yet fulfilled, are not fully met. Section 5.4 of the DOT law and its IR requires that the proponent financial capability must be established for the equity requirements of the entire project cost. MCC equity position of the 18 billion based on its 2019 audited financial statement is insufficient to finance the 32.3 billion equity requirement of the project. BS assertion in its 8 October 2020 letter that the MCC net worth should only be evaluated with respect to the initial phase of the project does not comply with this provision. In addition, the prospective source of financing of the project succeeding phases, such as the issuance of treasury shares and deferred shares, the projected increase in MCC's retained earnings thus to be generated by the project are speculative and not guaranteed to materialize. Hence, the financial capability of MCC is mostly hinged on uncertain sources. More importantly, the requirement under the BOT law and its IRR to establish the financial capacity at the time of the submission. Should I still continue, Madam Chair?
I think you already made your point.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to ask you though, when it was first decided to give them the OPS in July, didn't you already have this information?
There was an information, but the document submissions were in trickles. We made an honest to goodness evaluation on the OPS of basically the vetting department is NEDA, so we submitted to NEDA.
So basically, you made a decision without having completed the due diligence requirements.
There were some evaluations made, and we also are coordinating with Megabyte to.
Madam Chair, offer some explanation. This is also Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Salamat po. Nung isinabit po sa amin yung mga dokumento, no, ang present net worth ng Megabyte is sa earlier said by General Manager Monreal is about 18 billion. On the basis of the total project cost, the equity requirement on a 70 to 30 debt equity requirement should have been 32.3. However, the shortfall in the 32.3 was submitted by Megabyte as a financing plan. No? As cited already by GM Montreal, ito yung mga earnings nila, yung mga security, at well na sumusobro naman sa 2023. On the basis of that submission, MIA accepted the explanation of Megabyte and forwarded it to NEDA for their application. But as sinabi na po ni GM Montreal, hindi tinanggap ng NEDA yung financing plan nila dahil sinasabi po ng NEDA na speculative yon. So ito po ay kinonvey ng MIA sa proponent, no, na hindi pwede itong sinabit nyo, no? And then until dumating itong sinasabi ni General Manager Monreal na November 19 letter ng NEDA na isinoli na yung na not being acceptable, no, and not being compliant at the very least with the financing requirement or equity requirements of the proposal of the proponent Megabyte. Ganun po yung nangyari. Pinag-aralan po nila yon, no, and on the basis ng explanation ng Megabyte, in-endorse po ng MIA yun sa NEDA for their own appreciation na na-meet na nila yung 32.3 equity requirement, no, on the basis of a 70-30 debt equity ratio.
Okay. Thank you for
Madam
that. Senator Bina, just one quick point before I recognize.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Yes. Actually po, naintindihan ko that we have to do all of these equity and also capital, capital as well as the cost of the project. But alam niyo po yung sa Dito Telco, ang kanilang capitalization nasa 20 billion lang. Pero yung kanilang rollout project is about 250 something billion. So, pero pinayagan naman yun ng, wala naman ako nakikitang pinigil ng NEDA yon. Just for consistency, I'm not saying that that it shouldn't have been done on your part to do the due diligence and actually implement it. But I'm saying that in other situations, like in Dito Telco, their capitalization is less than the requirement that's needed to roll out their project. So before I ask you to continue, I think it's also good to hear from Megawide. But before that, I would like to recognize Senator Nancy Binay.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Siguro bilang chairman po ng Committee on Tourism, alam ko yung, para sa akin, there's a sense of urgency to fix our airports dahil alam naman ho na, lalong-lalo na itong NAIA dahil alam naman ho natin halos majority of our tourists, ito yung unang nakikita nila. So, gusto ko lang ho malaman from MIA or DOTR, di ba ho ang Megawide is not the first OPS for this project?
Yes.
Tama po yun. Ang original proponent po dyan, what we call the first in time, yung pong consortium of 7. No? Sa totoo lang po, 4 po ang nag-submit ng proposal dyan. No? Number 1 po na in time, na ibig sabihin po, unang isubmit sa BIAA, yung sa consortium, no? 7 consortium of 7, and then sumunod po yung Megawide, and then may 2 pa pong sumunod.
Kailan nyo na tanggap itong OPS ng Super Consortium and yung 3 pang proponents?
Yung sa Super Consortium po, nauna po siya na mga 1 linggo dun sa Megawide. Yung
what year po?
2018 po, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So, nung natanggap po yung sa Super Consortium, chinek po ng MIAA, no, na in collaboration with DOTR, yung what we call completeness of documents. Kasi po dun sa batas, may nakalagay pong checklist doon na dapat may covering letter ka, meron kang feasibility study, nakalista po yon. Checklist po namin yon na kung nasabit po yung lahat ng document na yon. And then, tinanggap po yung proposal on the basis of completeness of documents but without passing judgment on the substance. No? Kasi i-evaluate pa po yan eh. And according po dun sa batas, ang ahensya po, no, meron silang 120 days para yung evaluation. So, tinanggap...
Siguro, to fast track ko, in short, hindi ho nabigay dito sa Super Consortium. Tama po ba?
Yan ang original proponent status. Sa totoo lang po, na-approve na po ng NEDA board yung proposal nila. Nakarating na po sa approval yun ng Investment Coordination Committee and subsequently by the NEDA board, which is chaired by no less than the President of the Republic. In-approve na po yan. Kaya lang po, nagbigay po ng kondisyon ang NEDA board na, okay, tinatanggap namin yan, pero ito ang dapat gawin nyo, ina-itemize po yun. So sinabi po ng MIAA sa Super Consortium, they call it Super Consortium kasi these are the 7 biggest conglomerate, o ito ang sabi ng mag-comply kayo. At nakalagay din po sa batas, na yung period of negotiation shall be completed in 85 days. Wala pong nakalagay sa batas na hindi pwedeng i-extend, pero wala din pong nakalagay sa batas na pwedeng i-extend. Nung matapos po yung 85 days, hindi po nagkasundo ang MIAA at saka yung Super Consortium dahil sabi po ng Super Consortium, hindi na magiging viable yung proposal nila pag tinanggap nila yung kondisyones ng NEDA board. So, nung sinabi po nila yon, wala naman pong ibang option ng MIAA. Kung hindi, i-withdraw yung original proponent status nila. Ganun po yung nangyari po sa original proponent.
And kailan ho to? Kailan ho nyo na-withdraw? Was it also in 2018?
Hindi po. July this year lang po.
So, bali yung umabot ng 2020 bago ho na natapos yung dun sa original, dun sa naunang OPS. So, 2 years ho kayong parang nagba-back and forth.
Kasi po, marami pong negosasyon na ginawa yung NIAA with the Super Consortium para po maging acceptable yung kanilang proposal. At natapos po yung completeness ng compliance nila po, mga 2019. So, na-approve po ng NEDA
Sige
po.
po. And then po, nung hindi na natuloy, noong 2020, you offered it to Megawide. And did they accept the terms that was not accepted by the Super Consortium?
Tama po kayo. No? Nung binibro po ng NIA yung original proponent status, dahil sa second in time po yung submission ng Megawide, sinulatan po ng NIA yung Megawide. Interesado pa ba kayo? Pero, the same terms and conditions that was approved by the NEDA board for the Super Consortium. Sumagot po yung Megawide na oo, tinatanggap nila yung mga conditions na yun. Kaya po tinanggap ng NIA yun.
Pero bakit ho dun sa Super Consortium, almost 2 years ho kayong parang nagne-negotiate. And then pagdating ho dito sa Megawide, parang in 5 months na of back and forth, hindi nyo na terminate nyo na yung negotiation nyo with Megawide. So bakit ho may pagkakaiba?
Yung sa Megawide po, sinulatan po ang NIA ng NEDA na hindi compliant yung at isinuli na ho sa NIA yung mga dokumentong isinabit sa kanila ng Kaya yun po ang naging...
Pero dun ho ba sa letter ng NEDA, did they state na terminate your negotiation with Megawide? Was it stated in the letter?
Naman po, not that I know, but ang nakalagay po doon, hindi sila nag-comply.
Pero may room ho for them to comply. There's also nakasulat din ho sa liham ng NEDA na pwedeng bigyan ng pagkakataon ang Megawide to comply.
Binigyan po sila ng pagkakataon ng NIA. Sa matter of fact, binigyan po sila ng deadline. Sa pagkaintindi ko po, siguro may papaliwanag DGM Edmond Real yan, yung deadline po na binigay ng NIA, hindi nila na-submit yung compliance po. Kaya po nag-convene yung board ng NIA at dinesisyonan na po yung kanilang proposal.
Okay. Madam Chairperson, siguro baka this is the best time to hear naman the side of Megawide. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your very pointed question, Senator Nancy. I would like to ask Megawide now to please give your presentation. Introduce yourselves again to the body. Go ahead, please.
Magandang hapon. Good afternoon, Chairperson Grace Po, all the senators, and DOTR Secretary Tugade. Senator Joel, thank you for your kind words. Thank you also for inviting Megawide to this hearing. I founded the company in 1997 by starting doing private construction projects and have grown to become the leading Filipino engineering and construction company in technology. In 2012, we won the design, build, and finance of the 12 billion projects by building and completed 10,000 classrooms for Department of Education across Region 1 to Region 4 in more than 1,700 sites. In 2017, we won the bid for the construction of the Clark International Airport under BCDA. Now we fully handed over the projects last September 1 month earlier ho tayo sa deadline. 27 months yung timeline. When the company went public in 2011, the management decided to diversify into infrastructure development. So in 2014, we participated and won another bid for operating the Mactan Cebu International Airport, MCIA, with our Indian partner GMR. Currently, the airport has won many awards all over the world and can be classified as world-class facility. Also, we have built the country's first land port terminal in Parañaque, PITX, and operating it under the regulations of DOTR. In July 2020, when the previous proponent of the IA withdrew their proposal, we were invited by MIAA to review the approved terms and conditions of the projects and confirm whether we would be interested to accept the same terms and reference that was approved by MIAA and NEDA, and were given in a week's time to respond. But I'd like to introduce Mr. Louis Ferrer, our President and Head of our Infrastructure Business, to explain further the details of the projects.
Magandang hapon, Madam Chair, other senators, magandang hapon sa inyo tanan. 6 years ago, we participated and won the bid for the Mactan Cebu International Airport project. Since Mactan Airport po was more than just business for us, I for one was born in Cebu, we accepted the challenge of building a world-class airport. Alam niyo po, before we started our operations, yung traffic growth in Cebu was only 2 to 4%. So we did a lot of aggressive airline marketing programs. We worked with Department of Tourism and other stakeholders. Kasi po, pag nagsisales call kami ng Cebu Airport to different airlines all over the world, yung binibenta po namin would be the beautiful beaches in Cebu and other tourism destinations. So as a result po, we were able to increase the traffic in Cebu from 6.5 million back in 2014 to close to 13 million po last year. We were able to increase the number of airlines from 11 to 25. And ngayon po, there are now 60 destinations to and from Cebu from 29. In terms of hotels naman, Lapu-Lapu has the highest hotel rates in the Cebu province. And the average occupancy rate would be about 80%. No? And there's a lot of rooms being built now in Cebu. So this is the growth of flights and passenger numbers greatly benefited the tourism in Cebu and the entire Visayas and Mindanao regions. And the hotel and tourism industry can attest to this po. This is the kind of growth and partnership we will bring to NAIA. But to give you more information about NAIA, I'll turn the floor to Jim Feliciano, who heads our business development.
Good afternoon po, Honorable Chairperson, other senators, and also other officials from the government. Siguro, mainam po dahil konti lang yung oras natin. We'll just go straight to the issue that was raised a while ago in connection with the company's financial capability. What we want to highlight po today is that we have complied with the requirements set by NEDA ICC regarding the equity of the consortium. So, ang computation po kasi nila is that the net worth requirement ng isang proponent consortium should be based on the total project cost. So, yung total project cost po nung NAIA for a 25-year development period is 108.75 billion. So, ang plano po namin is to finance this project with a combination of debt and equity. Yung debt component po is 70%. Yung equity component naman is 30%. So, yung sa debt component po, which is 76 plus billion pesos, wala naman pong issue ni raise ang MIA, DOTR, or DEDA ICC regarding the capability. So, ang issue lang po talaga, and I think this is something that was also raised a while ago by DOTR, is the equity portion, which is yung 30%. So, ano po yung 30% ng 108.75? Lumalabas po mga 32.63. So, tama po yung nabanggit kanina na yung Megawide is only 18 billion yung net worth as of 2019 po na audited financial statements. Pero hindi lang po kasi yung Megawide yung magko-comply dun sa net worth. Kasama po si GMR. So kapag pinagsama po natin yung dalawa sa pag-comply ng equity component, Megawide po is 60% and then si GMR is 40%. Ang computation po is ganito. Out of the 32.63, 60% po nun is 19.58. Yun po yung sa Megawide component. Ngayon, 19.58 na lang po. Yung 2019 audited financial statements namin is already 18 billion. So, ang kulang na lang po is 1.58 billion. So, we were also able to comply with the 1.58 billion through a set-aside deposit that we have reserved exclusively for NAIA. So, paano po namin na-raise yung set-aside deposit po na yon? Noong late November, last month po, nag-issue po yung company ng preferred shares. So because of that, nakapag-raise po kami ng additional equity. So out of the money that we raised, yung 1.58 po, itinabi po namin yan exclusively for NAIA so that yung 19.58 po na requirement na 30%, nag-comply na po kami. Ngayon, ito po, pinapakita po yung table sa inyo. Yung sa ano naman, sa GMR naman, out of the 32.63 billion, 40% po yung sagot nila. So ang lumalabas, 13 billion po yung required net worth coming from GMR. Okay. So, ano po yung net worth ni GMR? As of 2019-2020 audited financial statements ni GMR, meron po silang 78.6 billion equivalent. So their net worth is more than enough to be able to comply. So yung additional documents po na yan, yung audited financial statements, for example, of GMR, sinabit po namin yan November 20. Yung set aside deposit naman po, yung proof na nasa bangko na earmarked exclusively for NAIA, sinabit po namin yan December 1. So lahat po, from our perspective, lahat po nung requirements na sinet po ng NEDA ICC, sinabit na po namin. So that's why I suppose medyo nagulat po kami nung na-receive namin yung news na na-revoke nga po yung OPS. Yun po yung context nung regarding yung financial qualification.
Matanong ko lang kayo, nabigyan ba kayo ng pagkakataon ng board na mag-explain? Hindi ba kayo tinanong for a meeting para explain ninyo yung side ninyo? You will be able to correct if there are any discrepancies?
May communication naman po, Madam Chair, na nanggagaling kay MIAA na pinapa-comply po kami. To be fair to the government, meron naman pong mga sinesend na request to submit all the necessary documents. So eto lang po, yung nasubmit namin siya November 20 and December 1. So dun po namin siya na kompleto.
Okay. Before I go to the DOTR, do you have any other presentation that you would like to show? Before I go back to Mia, or you're not ready yet?
Video. Video?
Okay, go ahead. Upload the video to the secretariat.
Madam Chair, may I add lang the letter from NEDA was sent to MIA on November 19. And then from our side, we sent the financial documents the day after. So November 20, we submitted and then additional requirements because of some authentication from India, we submitted on December 1. So after that, wala na ho kami na-receive na any information.
Apart from the revocation.
Apart from the revocation.
Okay. Will your video be ready, or while your video is being uploaded, may I ask you, are you 60% Filipino owned?
Yes, definitely. Yes. We are a publicly listed company, and the documents are publicly available.
All right. Go ahead, please. Your presentation. Walang sound ito?
There's sound.
Sound ito?
Okay.
We'll give you a few more minutes, but if you can't
Yes.
upload it,
Yes.
would you need more time? Because I can go back to the DOTR to answer some. Oh, here. Okay.
Yes.
Yan na ba, Ana?
Ako na lang kung sasali ako.
Wala pa rin sound.
Yeah, wala pa rin. We need more time.
Okay, go ahead, arrange your technical issues first. DOTR.
Madam Chairperson, Madam
yes,
Chairperson,
Senator Nancy.
may invited guest ba tayo from NEDA?
We do have. We invited them, but basically 5 minutes ago, Mia as grantor is in a better position to respond. In short, pinasa sa Mia yung explica nito.
Yeah, pero kasi, Madam Chairperson, parang yung nagiging basis ng MIA is NEDA. Kaya,
Oo, palagi.
Pakinggan yung side ng NEDA. Yun lang po, Madam Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you, DOTR. Please respond. Ito yung mga issues na sinabi nila. Ha? They are compliant based on their computation that at least the required 30% equity is met because they have a partner who owns 40% and their equity will bring up the total to the number that you require. Aside from that, they also have a deposit, additional deposit that was raised, so they can very well meet the 18 billion or the 19.58 requirement of net worth. And then also they said that they complied by submitting the requirements the day after the NEDA letter was submitted. So can I hear from Mia what your reaction is to these? Kasi kinancel pa rin ninyo kahit na there is an assertion that they were able to comply. Did NEDA receive all of the submissions given by Megawide? Kasi it's NEDA who determined they're not compliant. Is there a response from NEDA saying that they've received the documents, they've reviewed the documents, and that they decided to stand by their decision? Because remember, NEDA gave the letter on the 19th. Megawide submitted November 20. So is there a letter from NEDA acknowledging receipt and their opinion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Madam Chair, yung response po ng Megawide, hindi na po nakarating sa NEDA yon dahil nag-decision na po yung to withdraw the original component status. Dahil po ang MIA po, as mentioned earlier, sinabi ko po ng mas maaga yan, binigyan po nila ng deadline ng Megawide na mag-submit, and that was October. Dumating po yung sulot ng NEDA, November 19 na, dahil hindi po nakapag-submit ang MIA ng compliance. Dahil hindi rin po nag-submit ang Megawide noong October ng mga required equity requirements.
Teka muna, kasi nga, because this is how I read it, okay? They weren't aware of the questions being propounded by NEDA or the clarifications that they were seeking at the time that they were supposed to have met the deadline. So, hindi ba dapat yung courtesy doon, ipabasa ninyo sa NEDA, o tama na ba ito? O hindi pa rin?
Opo, yung unang mga letter po ng NEDA, pinunday sa kanila. Yung results po ng deliberate, if I can be, if my memory still serves me right, August 19 po, nag-meeting yung ICC. Sinabi na po ng ICC yon, and then pinunday po ng MIA ayon sa Megawide, ito ang sabi ng ICC, hindi kayo compliant, kulang kayo. Tapos po, binigyan sila ng MIA, I think in their letter ng October 12 and October 19 ng deadline. Siguro po may papaliwanag ni GMA dyan tungkol do sa deadline na binigay nila na hindi Kaya noong November 19 po, sumulat na yung NEDA, ang tagal na namin hinihingi sa inyo yan, hindi kayo nagsamit, huli na namin yung mga dokumento nyo dahil hindi naman compliant yan.
Okay, teka muna. Sagutin nga ninyo, Megawide. Noon pa raw, August, hinihingi sa inyo yan. Ang deadline, October. Hindi daw ninyo naibigay.
Well, yung NEDA, yung sinasabi po na November 19 na letter coming from DOF and NEDA, although wala naman po kaming Madam Chair na official copy no, nakita lang po namin na lumabas sa media. Parang wala naman pong deadline na nakasulat doon. In fact, ang pagkakaintindi po namin is that sinasabi po ng DOF at NEDA na siguraduhin nyo, sabi dun sa mga implementing agencies na kompleto po yung mga documents when you resubmit. Kasi yung word na resubmission, ginamit po dun sa letter. So, nung nakita po namin yon, ang pagkakaintindi namin is that we would be given an opportunity to resubmit. Kasi
Okay, let me ask you, in August, they apparently told you that you're not already compliant with the equity ratio. Did you do anything to correct that impression?
Nung August po kasi, there was a difference po kasi in interpretation of a specific rule of the BOT rules and regulations. Doon po kasi doon sa sinasabi ng NEDA, the basis of the net worth requirement should be the total project cost. Pero nung binasa po kasi namin yung Section 5.4C ng rules, ang understanding po namin, Madam Chair, is that the proponent is only required to sustain the financing requirements of a project in phases, not the entire project cost.
If that was your interpretation then, did you send correspondence to that effect? And was there a response from MIA?
We did po, Madam Chair.
Ano
we
sabi
sent-
ng MIA?
Sabi po ng MIA, from what I recall, it's not sufficient according to NEDA ICC because they wanted the net worth to be based not on the phases but on the entire, the total project cost for a 25.
And then in that, when they sent you that correspondence, was there a deadline? And did you comply with an explanation?
I don't recall, Madam Chair, any deadline that was given regarding the submission.
Okay, about DOTR, I'm sorry, MIA.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
makatulong magbigay ng kaliwanagan sa Estado ngayon. Noong December 4, nagkaroon ho ng desisyon yung board ng MIA na kung saan sabi revoke. December 15, 2 days ago, kinonfirm ho yung decision to revoke with the following caveat. Number 1, that MIA will continue with its ongoing rehabilitation and reconstruction program, giving emphasis to security and safety. That's the first caveat. The second caveat, recognizing the procedural rights of Megawide in relation to the decision to revoke. In other words, Madam Chair, ang reading ko dito sa nangyari noong December 15, hindi pa ho serado completely yung usapan ng original proponent status ng Megawide. Meron pa ho sila. Halimbawa ho, kung gusto nilang mag-apila sa desisyon, sa aking pananaw, dun sa proceeding ng pwede pang mag-apila hanggang doon. Habang ginagawa ng MIA ang kanilang reconstruction at rehabilitation program. Just for information, Madam Chair. Ngayon ho, siguro tatanungin, nasaan yung secretary sa negotiation na to? In the interest of openness, transparency, and accountability, ang secretary po ay hindi nakikialam sa mga unsolicited proposal. Tama ba, Benny?
Tama po yun.
Iniiwan po yan sa planning saka sa tinatawag na primary agency concern. Ganun ho nangyayari. Sana po makatulong yung information na sinabi ko regarding sa meeting noong December 4 at noong meeting noong December 15 in relation to the efforts of MIA to continue with its rehabilitation and reconstruction. And in relation to the decision on December 4 regarding the original decision to revoke, which was confirmed on December 15. Yun lang po, Madam Chair.
Actually, Mr. Secretary, thank you for your response. I'm happy to learn that your rehabilitation is being undertaken anyway at this point by the MIA. So that's a good development to know. Number two, kung tama ang aking interpretation, sinasabi ninyo that Megawide is not totally out of the picture yet. They can still...
Opo.
Pwede pa rin silang mag-apela, Mr. Secretary?
Whatever procedural course of action they will take, kasi karapatan din naman nila yun, na pag-usapan din po sa Borja. So hindi pa ho serado yun. Kung pag-uusapan yung mga submissions, yung mga interpretasyon, meron pa hong bintana o pinto na nakabukas para magkaroon ng pagkakataon, pag-usapan at bigyan pananaw yung mga interpretasyon na ganito sa equity, submission na ganito sa dokumento. Yun lang po, Madam Chair.
Actually, Mr. Secretary, maraming salamat po. Alam mo yung pinagdaanan ng Megawide, nung nakaraang administrasyon, meron din balakid na silang pinagdaanan. Kaya ito namang Senado, ginawa namin, hanggat maaari, ay tinutukan namin ito kasi gusto nga namin na maayos na yung airport sa Cebu. Kung mamarapatin, sa tingin ko naman pwede dahil may oversight function kami, dito sa pag-uusap, dapat mag-usap uli ang NEDA at ang Megawide at siguro yung mga eksperto mag-weigh in tungkol dito sa sinasabi ng Megawide na no, we are compliant because we are taking in a partner who has more than enough in equity. So I would like to, if possible, instead of starting over, maybe you can give them a chance to rectify or to clarify certain requirements before giving a final order. And that seems to be the tone from the good secretary. And so we appreciate it because the Senate, we're just a little worried because it took 2 years for the consortium to finally, for the DOTR and MIA to finally decide that the consortium is not going to undertake the project. Tapos ito na naman, matatapos na rin yung term ni Presidente. Alam ko naman na prioridad niya yung airport kasi 'di ba sinabi din niya noon sa isang statement niya kaya isa sa pinakamagandang airport yung Cebu or yung ano ng Megawide kaya medyo nagtaka lang kami kung anong nangyari dito. But of course, we want to follow proper procedure. So kung talaga may violation, edi umpisa na naman talaga tayo, yun ang nakakalungkot doon, but allow them and any other company to bid, di ba? But in the meantime, don't close the opportunity for this company to rectify the situation in a reasonable time. What is your timeline? I see the hand of Senator Drilon, our minority leader, hardworking, intelligent minority leader is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, I'll just take up from where you left. This is not an issue where the deadlines are absolute. In other words, okay, so it has been denied because of insufficiency of capital or whatever. The question I have, Madam Chair, is suppose everything is complied with, including the equity. Would the bid be in order so that it can be awarded to them? Or is no longer feasible?
Well, if,
I think the question of the minority leader, Mr. Secretary and Mia, kung hindi issue ng equity ang pinag-uusapan, let's say they were able to comply with the equity requirement as interpreted by NEDA, is everything else in order for them to qualify as the continued OPS status?
there are still some more submissions that they need to comply.
There are still...
Madam Chair,
yes, Mr. Secretary.
may I make a manifestation, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Ang katanungan po ng ating minority leader, kung may compliance na doon sa equity at capitalization at magkakaroon ng compliance sa ibang requirement na kukumpirmahin naman yung NEDA, ang katanungan ho, nasa na yung original proponent status? Kung meron hong compliance, siguro sa aking pananaw, limited at that, Madam Chair and Minority Leader, sa akin, tuloy yun. Kasi may compliance, hindi pa na ho na termino ng permanente yan. At Madam Chair, dagdagan ko lang po ng dalawang manifestasyon. Number one, ayaw kung may desisyon ng board na ganun na ituloy yung rehabilitasyon, mahalaga hong alam na habang dinidiscuss yung mga proponent, yung mga unsolicited proposals, kailangan yung programa to rehabilitate at reconstruct, kailangan ho tuloy-tuloy.
Hindi naman namin pinipigil yun eh. In fact, we laud you for those efforts, Mr. Secretary.
Hindi mo kasama yun.
Pero magkakaroon ng original proponent status at itutuloy yung proyekto, yung mga gastusin mo ng gobyerno sa rehabilitasyon at reconstruction that is presently ongoing, i-reimburse ho yung gobyerno. Dapat ho, maliwanag po yun.
But, Madam Chair, that's part of the negotiation between Megawide and the DOTR and the government. In other words, all that we would like to see is at the end of the day, what should be done in order that this project can be started. We can see that there are a number of issues that must be resolved, but yes, this must be resolved so that we can proceed with this project. And I am sure that Megawide is still interested in pursuing this. Secretary Togade appears to me to have an open mind about this. Maybe what we can do is give the parties a chance, Madam Chair, give them a chance to sit down again. If they will accept a deadline, it's best that we have a deadline. And what are the consequences of their failure to meet this deadline? To me, that's the only way that we can proceed at this point when there are a lot of loose ends that must be tied. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Actually, thank you, Senator Junlon, for summarizing for us those important points that need to be addressed. Number one, capturing the statement of Secretary Togade that he's open, giving Megawide a chance to rectify or clarify the situation. And then number two, a timeline, a deadline that is set by MIA in terms of the rehabilitation of NAIA. So with those very important points, I would like to ask now, InfraWatch and Passenger Forum, an input on our ongoing discussion. Just short observations, please.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable Senators. Thank you for inviting us. I think we are welcoming the position of Secretary Togade that he will maintain an open mind on this entire matter. I think what is important, the important point that needs to be made today is that this is a joint submission to the NED ICC. And we would have really expected that this is a matter that will be jointly resolved. The question on the equity requirement will be jointly resolved. And we did not expect that a cancellation was in order in the last several days. And I think we would really support Secretary Togade's a statement that if it is only a matter of the equity requirement and all other else are in order, it is something that should be resolved in favor of the second private proponent in the soonest possible time. I think it is most important that during the coronavirus crisis, that the rehabilitation of the NAIA International Airport be undertaken in the soonest possible time and within the term of President Duterte. Yun lamang po, maraming salamat.
Thank you, former Congressman Redon of InfraWatch. I would like to hear a short observation from Passenger Forum kasi yan naman yung mga end users natin, di ba? So passenger forum, please identify yourself again and your observation, please.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Grace po, pati po sa lahat ng mga senador at mga opisyal ng gobyerno na narito. Malaki pong kasiyahan ng nadulot nitong hearing sa amin, sa mga pasahero, dahil mukhang kaya nating ayusin itong issue ng pag-revoke ng OPS sa pribadong kumpanya na mayroong original proponent status noon. Maganda yung naririnig natin at maganda na nailinaw na hindi tayo papunta doon sa pagbabalik ng panahon na worst airport yung NAIA at mabibigyan ng panibagong tsansa na masimulan na pinakamaagang panahon yung pagsasaayos, yung rehabilitation ng NAIA. Tandaan po natin, ang Pangulong Duterte mismo yung nangako na aayusin ang airport at pinakahuli niya pang binanggit ulit yan ay nung last year lang, para mga July, no? Kasabay nung pagsasaayos umano ng traffic sa EDSA. At yung ginagawa niyo pong hearing ay napakalaking tulong. Babantayan po ng The Passenger Forum ang mga nabitawang salita ngayon sa hearing na ito at umaasa kami na sa lalong madaling panahon ay maisaayos itong pangunahin nating international airport.
Maraming salamat. Thank you for the Passenger Forum statement. Senator Drilon is once again recognized.
Yes, just to wrap this up, may we request from Megawide and DOTR and NEDA what in their view is a reasonable period that they would need in order to put this issue to bed, and the public can look forward to the rehabilitation of NIA. The three parties are here, ma'am. If it is not difficult, can we get some indicative timeline from them?
Yes, and to add to that timeline, I would like to ask also the MIA, what is your action now moving forward? Will you give Megawide a chance to present itself again and clarify the situation? And what is your timeline for the actual rehabilitation? Please respond before I give the floor finally to Megawide for the closing of this portion of the hearing. Go ahead, DOTR.
From me aside, ma'am, good afternoon, ma'am, again. GM Monreal po.
GM Monreal, can you speak a little louder, sir?
The part of MIA, since the OPS is a board action, should Megawide come up with a reconsideration, we will present it to the board so that the board can act on it favorably or not. The granting of OPS is not solely in the hands of the GM of MIA, but it's a board action which is composed of various agencies, members of the board.
What is your timeline for the decision of the board?
Well, we are still waiting for any letter from from Megawide. Should there be a letter request, then we will ask the board to convene to study the proposal. Then we will see how the board takes it.
Okay, so sir, your December 14 letter canceling their OPS, is that still valid, or are you reconsidering that?
I cannot say, me personally, if it's a board action, it still stays unless revoked.
Oh, so there's still space?
It will still stay, ma'am. Ibig sabihin, nando pa po yung cancellation, then board action ho yun, until and unless the board says otherwise, saka lang po mawawala yun.
Pero parang malabo yan. Okay, teka muna. Kasi sabi nyo, didinigin nyo ulit. Diba? Pag-uusapan ninyo. So, dapat merong probation period. Hindi naman revocation. Based on your statements here today. So, I don't even know why from the very beginning, you didn't give them a chance to present before you sent that letter. So, I think right now, maybe you've heard also the other side, the concern of the Oversight Committee with regards to the transparency as well as the proprietary steps that was taken by the board. So ganito na lang po. This is our interpretation. You have sent that letter, but now you're clarifying your position. You're giving Megawide a chance to clarify and rectify. Am I correct?
Hindi po gano'n ang pinaparating ko. Kasi nga po, ito ay board action, hindi po action ng isang GM lang. So kailangan po ako bumalik sa board.
Madam Chair, may I get involved and make a manifestation?
Of course, Mr. Secretary, you're the last say here.
Madam Chair, ganito po ho yung proseso. Sinabi ko yung December 4 meeting, sinabi ko yung December 15 meeting. Magkakaroon ng next board meeting, ewan ko kung mayroong board meeting bago matapos ang taon. Doon sa board meeting na yan, siyempre pag-uusapan yung desisyon na nagawa noong December 14 or 15. Ano yung desisyon po yan? Yung desisyon is to confirm the revocation with caveat instructions to management to continue with the rehabilitation and reconstruction and recognizing the procedural rights or undertaking to be done by Megawide. That having been said, in the next board meeting, hindi ho sinasabi natin dito na si GMA ang mag-decide. Yung board ho, maite-take up yan. Answering the issue of timeline and considering the flow of events, siguro ho, kung merong motion for reconsideration na isusumite yung Megawide, isumite yan bago yung next board meeting para nang sa ganon, ma-take up po yan.
Okay, we will request in writing, Mr. Secretary, your timeline, when your proposed board meeting will be before the end of the year, what requirements you will ask from Megawide. Please furnish our office a copy before you conduct that hearing with the board. I would like to have a list of the members of your board, including their designation and what they are if they are in the private sector. We just want to make sure this is transparent and above board. And I know, Mr. Secretary, that you will look closely into this, and we trust that it will be a fair decision. And we will abide, I mean, not abide, but we will respect the decision of the board if it is, of course, all appropriate. And before we end this portion, I would like to Senator Binay and then the closing of Megawide.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairperson. Just last question before we move to the next topic of the hearing. Because meron pang two other proponents. Can we just get the name of the third and fourth proponent?
Can you please state for the record now who the third and fourth proponents are?
From the side of the, there are two more, Philippine Airports and Ground Services, Inc., and the fourth one is San Miguel Corporation.
Sino ho yung third? Yung Philippine? Who heads that?
I think the president there is Janet Cordero.
Okay. And then may efforts na ho ba kayo to talk to the third proponent?
Sa ngayon po, wala pa po.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Pakisubmit na rin po yung profile nung mga iba pang interesado dito. San Miguel Corporation is interested?
They submitted the proposal.
They did. Okay. All right. Can we please, in closing now, meron pa bang statement or video, or I don't know, your office conveyed that you had a video presentation earlier na walang sound.
Okay, closing ko na magsalita. So, maraming salamat. Thank you to Madam Chairperson Grace po. Salamat din kay Secretary Tugade, saka kay GM Montreal, saka to all senators. Thank you for giving us the chance to explain here. Ang gusto ko lang parating ho, ito ho nangyari sa amin sa Mactan Cebu International Airport. Ganon din ho, when we won the bid, it took us more than a year to just defend and and justify to explain to all the Filipino people that we can deliver a world-class airport. Hindi ho kayo mapapahiya sa amin kasi marami na ho kaming napatunayan na infrastructure project simula po dun sa 10,000 classroom, sa PITX na terminal, sa Mactan Cebu International Airport, saka sa Clark. Lahat ho yan na-deliver namin ang on time at saka within budget. At saka world-class ho ang dineliver namin. And I'm very proud to say that we have 4,000 employees who are mostly engineers and transport technical people who are capable. Sana masuportahan naman natin yung mga Filipino companies na who can deliver this kind of infrastructure and facilities. Maraming salamat ho sa inyong lahat.
Okay, go ahead with your video.
No more video.
Ako na lang. Ay, stop mo share mo.
Senate Secretariat? Wala, I guess ayaw ayan.
I want to add also, Senator, that this is the good time, this is the first time for us if we really want to fix our NAIA airport. This is the perfect time to fix it because we're able to expand the capacity from 35 million passenger per year. We can double the capacity to 65 million per year without any flight delays. And we have proven that in Mactan Cebu International Airport, and we can duplicate that in NAIA now. So meron ho tayong track record. So this is the perfect time to do it. And Filipino company ho kami. So sana masuportahan din natin mga Forta sa mga Filipino engineers and transport engineers. No?
Okay. So that's it? Tapos na kayo? Or...
Ito.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. One last point. Hindi ba kayo merong chismis na iniwan na kayo ng GMR? Totoo ba yan?
That's not true, Senator. In fact, si GMR has been very supportive since the start of the bidding.
Okay, number 2. Sinong architect ninyo?
We're using the same architect, si Winston Hsu, yung principal architect in IDA, the one from Hong Kong, based in Hong Kong. Siya yung gumawa ng Cheplakok Airport and yung Mactan Cebu International Airport and Clark International Airport.
Are you getting Filipino designer consultants?
Yes, definitely. Lahat po ng project natin, senators, we always get a local architects and designers to partner.
Yes. Please name me a few. Kasi alam ko meron kayong Kenneth Cobonpue, meron kayong Buji Layog yata. Please elaborate quickly.
Yeah, sila rin po yung team natin na we'll get them again. And lahat po ng design na to nag-originate naman sa management talaga. We give the direction to the architects.
Yeah, normally ang ginagawa ho namin, Senator, we're partnering with the local architects. Like sa Cebu, we use sila Kenneth Bunque, and dito naman sa Clark, we use naman sila Architect Royal. Kasi mga local naman sila mga Pampanga.
Oh, very good. All right. Well, that's it. Let's conclude now. I will suspend this hearing for the airport because I would like to get maybe next year an update on what happened to your OPS. And then we'll also hear the side, of course, of NEDA in the next hearing. With that, I would like
Madam
to
Chairperson?
Yes.
The last one, can we just make sure that NEDA will attend the next hearing?
Pag hindi na sila nag-attend next hearing, they will be sanctioned. We invited NEDA. Well, they will be sanctioned.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. I would like now to ask Senator Win Gatchalian if he's ready for his opening statement for the RFID issue. And then I would also like to hear Senator Amy Marcos and Senator Nancy.
Medyo nakakapasok na ako konti.
Oh, sure. No, go ahead now. That's why I put the airport hearing at the beginning so that we can spend more time on the RFID issue now. Senator Win Gatchalian, thank you for your patience, sir. You are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if I may be allowed, in lieu of an opening statement, to share a very brief presentation and with the kind indulgence of our members, I compiled a very brief presentation so that everyone will be on the same page and enlightened on what's happening in the North Expressway. And
yes, sir.
Papakita ko lang ho. How do you...
Take your time, Senator Sherwin, because you know this issue more than many of us because you experience this and also in your locality. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So ipapakita ko lang po yung naging favorite pastime ko pag dumadaan po ako ng NLEX. At ito po yung... May naka-share screen na ba?
Hindi pa lumalabas. We'll give you time to fix it.
Okay. Yeah, ito share screen. This one. I-share. Yan. Can you see it now, ma'am?
Yes, ikaw rin na nag-ooperate. Talagang multitasker. Eh. Okay, go ahead, Senator Sherwin.
So this is a video I took when I passed through NLEX in November 10, 2018. The same year that you mentioned a while ago. Ako po rin kumukuha niyang video na yan, ma'am. Nasa likod po ako nakaupo.
Talagang all around. Thank you.
Ito, ma'am, walang asawa.
Sinong katabi mo dyan, Win? Who are you with?
Madam Chairperson, parang nagpaparinig si Senator Sherwin
Ano ulit, Senator Nancy?
Parang nagpaparinig.
Oo nga eh. Kailangan ata na may assistante.
So ito po yung experience. This is our experience when we pass through the Balintawak exit. So if you can see, instead of straight po yung daan namin because of supposedly my RFID reader, but this is what we encounter on a regular basis. As early as 2018, meron na mga problema sa RFID. And yan po. And Madam Chair, I would not play the videos anymore, no, lahat po. But I compiled videos about the same incident that every time I pass through the Balintawak exit and some other exits also, this is what we experience. Ito yung tinatawag po ng cha-cha. Yung po, abante ka, aatras ka, and then lilipat ka. But I will not show the entire po because everything is the same. And normally it takes me about 10 minutes to about 15 minutes to do this routine. And again, it has become my favorite pastime to record because I wanted to document this. So yan din po, the same. And because of this, Madam Chair, when DOTR mandated the mandatory cashless system, ito po nangyari, no? Ito po yung toll plaza sa Kuruhatan, ito po yung kahabaan ng traffic, if you can see. Because nga ho, if you can just imagine, yung RFID reader ngayon, hindi pa gumagana na maayos, tapos minandato na lahat ng dumadaan po ng cashless. Kaya ganito po yung traffic na nangyari. At ito po rin yung isang exit sa amin po sa Karuhatan, the same issue. And if you can see dito sa may toll plaza, there are cars zigzagging trying to get out and use another lane. The same din po, no? This is in Mindanao Avenue. And this is a toll plaza in Valenzuela. I wanted to show this because if you can see the cars, they're trying to navigate and crisscross the other RFID reader. And if you also notice, the cars hindi mo nakatutok because they're giving way for backing up. Kasi alam na ng mga taga Valenzuela na malamang babalik ka rin, aatras ka, aabante ka, aatras ka, at lilipat ka. So, Madam Chair, I just want to show these pictures because ito po yung totoong nangyayari. At dahil po sa bulok na RFID readers, traffic po ang nangyayari po sa kahabaan po ng Valenzuela na umabot po hanggang loob ng Valenzuela. Kaya Madam Chair, my objective here is to find solutions and to also hold people into account, especially the regulator and also the operator. Because if the regulator is functioning, hindi na aabot sa ganito eh. Dahil as early as 2018 and even before that, may ganito ng problema. Kaya nung minandato na yung cashless, lalo lumala yung problema. So again, Madam Chair, thank you very much for hearing our resolution, and I just want to share this pictures and this video to everyone because this is what me, Senator Joel, and Mayor Cruz are experiencing in the North. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sherwin. I think I would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Richard Gordon. Also, does Senator Nancy or Senator Marcos have anything to add before I ask for the Toll Regulatory Board to make a statement?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you much, Madam Chair. This is Amy here, if you can hear me.
Go ahead, Senator Marcos.
Nag-file po kami ng resolution dahil alam naman ninyo pagkalayo-layo, siyam na probinsya ang aming tinatahak upang makarating dyan sa mga toll gate na yan. At pagdating doon, eto nga, mahigit pa sa Chacha, talagang hirap ang mga tao. So I just wanted to follow up on the questions of the President. This is not a new project and one which we totally support, particularly in the time of COVID. But ang question natin, talaga bang nag-practice tayo? Wala ba tayong trial run? 2018 pa to, may problema na. Then suddenly there's a 3-month deadline for the implementation.
2018 pa ba ito?
Also the threat of penalties to be imposed on those unable to install RFIDs. Wala bang konsultasyon sa dalawang operator na to, sa SMC and PTC, knowing full well that they were not interoperable? So these are the questions that the President asked last night and what I think all our people are interested in. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
Senator Nancy Bida is recognized.
Madam Chair, I'll just submit my opening statement so we can already start the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Nancy. Can we hear now from the DOTR side, maybe the Toll Regulatory Board? Please identify yourself and answer some of our questions. Have an opening statement if you have one.
Madam Chair, Art Tugade po, Secretary ng DOTR. Ituloy ko lang po with the permission of the Honorable Chair yung sinasabi ko kanina regarding the department order na na-issue ko noong August 13. nabanggit po sa akin ng TRP na yung DO, yung contents nito ay produkto ho ng mga konsultasyon, dialogo with the stakeholders. Ano ho ang ibig sabihin natin ng stakeholders? Nandiyan po yung TRB, nandiyan yung LTO at LTFRB. Higit sa lahat, nandiyan ho yung mga service provider. Itong department order na ito noong August 13 ay nagsaad na kung saan binibigyan yung mga service provider at yung mga ahensya ng gobyerno ng 3 months. 3 months from August 13, babaksak po yan ng November 2 na maglagay sila ng IRR para implement yung mga dapat na protocols upang magkaroon ng tinatawag na cashless or contactless transaction. Bago ho dumating yung November 1, napansin ko po, sabihin ko lang ho, kagaya ni Senator Wins Gatchalian, dinadaanan ko ho 3 expressway. Pag alis ko sa aking tahanan, papunta sa aking papasukan sa park, andyan ho yung Skyway, yung NLEX at SETEX. Kaya nga ba sa aking pagpasok, nakikita ko yung sitwasyon. Dahil sa nakita kong sitwasyon, bago ho dumating yung November 2 deadline, ang sabi ko sa kanila, i-extend nyo for another 30 days. Sa kadahilan ng dinadaanan ko pa rin ho ito, nakita ko na baka hindi ho kayang tugunan. Kaya nga ho, nagbigay ako ng 3 instruksyones. Una, sabi ko, huwag alisin yung mga cash booth na nandoon sa mga toll plaza. Pangalawa ho, sinabi ko na dapat walang fines, walang penalty at walang aresto pagdaan doon. Bagamat dadating na yung December 1 extension. At number 3, payagan ho, bumaybay yung mga sasakyan doon sa mga tollways, bagamat walang RFID. Habang ginagawa ho ito, nag-inspeksyon ho kami ng aking kaibigan na si Jojo Garcia ng MMDA noong December 9. Yinaya ko ho siya, sabi ko, samahan mo ako dito at we will quietly inspect the toll gates, the plaza toll gates at NLEX. We will quietly inspect the smaller toll roads along NLEX. Nung tinignan ho namin ito, meron ho kaming mga nakita na kung saan si Jojo ho, GM Jojo at ako, ay nagkasundo sa 4 na panuntun, sa 7 panuntunan na kung saan sabi namin, dapat ipagbigay sa LTFRB, dapat ipagbigay sa NLEX at dapat alam ng publiko. Ano ho ito? Sabi ko kay General Manager Jojo, kung maaari, ikaw na yung pumunta sa NLEX, kausapin mo si Luigi. Ako nang pupunta sa TRB at magbibigay ng instruksyon. At kung ikaw ay MMDA, ipaliwanag mo sa mga alkalde na nakapabuod sa MMDA. Nagkasundo ko dyan. Ano ho yung mga instruksyones na ipinamahagi namin sa NLEX, sa ibang alkalde at sa TRRB. Una ho, pagpunta ho namin doon sa main plaza, sa Plaza Toll, meron hong nakasulat na emergency booth. Sabi ko, anong emergency booth? Ano ba yung emergency booth? Nawala ho yung cash sign. Kaya nga sabi ko, by just using the emergency sign, maguguluhan at magugulantang yung mga tao. Kaya nga ba't antimano, alisin yung sign na yun at palitan, ilagay na cash sign. Pangalawa ho, yung designation ng RFID sa yung tinatawag na emergency, ganito ho yan. Merong RFID, merong emergency, merong RFID, merong emergency. In other words, gagaya nung sinabi ni Senator Wimo, pag-iwang-iwang ka dyan, minsan papasok ka, nandoon sa kas, yung palang RFID, gigiwang ka. Kaya nga ho sabi namin, we have to put a cluster designation of what we call cash booth na tinatawag naman ng NLEX nung araw na yon na emergency. Para nang sa ganon, wala nang gigiwang-giwang kasi ho yung gigiwang-giwang makakadagdag sa panahon ng trapiko. Sabi ho namin, ilagay sa bandang kanan lahat yung yung cash lane at bandang kaliwa yung RFID. Huwag mong pagsasama-samahin. Pag pinagsama-sama mo yan, dadating at dadating ang giwang. And before you go to the RFID and cash lane, kailangan merong signals assigned before you enter that territory allotted to RFID and cash lane. Napag-usapan din po, Madam Chair, na habang pinag-uusapan namin yan, sabi ko, yung ambulansya sa yung mga police efforts, dapat huwag yung hintuin yan. Dapat, ayun nga ho nakakagulo dyan, baka akala ng emergency sign doon, ayun ang daanan ng ambulansya sa police. Sabi ko, dapat yung ambulansya sa yung police efforts, huwag nang ituro kung saan pwede silang pumasok, kung saan merong available lane. Ito ho yung sinabi kong isa, ma'am, kasi binantayan namin sa toll plaza at nakita ko yung na-experience ni Senator Wins na kung saan nahihinto yung mga glitches sa sistema. Sabi ko, General Manager Jojo, pwede kayong alisin na natin yung barrier? Ang sabi ho ni General Manager Jojo, yan ang sinabi ko sa mga alkalde kapon, alisin natin yung barrier. Bakit ho? Kung totoo na kung sinasabi ng service provider na yung efficiency penetration nila ay 92% hanggang 98%. Ito ho yung sinasabi nila. Yung maliit na porsyento that caused the glitch is attributable to the system. Kung attributable sa system ito, bakit po dapat maperwisyo yung mga nagmamaneho dahil sa glitches na created naman ng sistema? Kaya nga ba't, Madam Chair, sinabi namin, pag-aralan yung mabuti, yung kung paano matatanggal yung barriers. Sa akin kung pagkaalam, nabasa ko sa mga pahayagan at narinig sa radyo, meron na huyatang more or less some agreement on how the barriers will be lifted. Ngayon ho, nakita ko yung karuhatan at nakita namin yung Mindanao na kung saan meron mga toll booth at tama ho yung presentasyon ni Senator Wins. Nakita ho namin na nagsama yung RFID sa cash lane sa isang maliit na tollway. Permisyo ho yan. Permisyo yan kasi ang nangyayari ho dyan, magsasama-sama. Tapos, kasama ho, dun sa lugar, nagkakaroon ka ng anong tinatawag na stickering and reloading sign. Kaya nakakasikip at sunisikip. Nagkaroon ho ako ng panukala na sinabi ko at nag-agree naman kami ni General Manager Jojo. Dapat ho, yung stickering at reloading must not be at the toll gates. Kasi ho, kakahin ho ng lugar ito. Yung stickering and reloading should be done somewhere. It could be done within the tollways sa mga gasolinahan, outside the tollways sa mga mall o ibang lugar. Pero wag doon. Kasi pag doon na nag-stickering at reloading, kakain ho ng espasyo yan at sisikip yung daanan. Importante ho, Madam Chair, yung sinasabi ko na kailangan pag-aralan yung wattage specifications ng mga sensor. Bakit ho? Alam niyo ho, minsan pagpapasok kayo, malayo pa lang, mariread na yung RFID. Meron din hong pamaraan at nangyayari na kailangan lumapit ka pa para mabasa. Saan ho na-attribute ito? Ito ho yung sinasabi nilang wattage inconsistencies. Tanong, bakit ito nangyayari sa NLEX at hindi nangyayari sa SLEX o sa binadaanan ko na Skyway? Sagot, nakikita ko namin baka yung diferensya ay nandoon sa tinatawag na wattage. Ngayon ho, ito ho yung mga instruksyones na binigay kong personal sa TRB. Ito ho yung mga instruksyon na pinarating ni Jojo Garcia sa NLEX at sa mga mayor natin. Yung questionin at yung mga pagtawag ng public hearing ng Senado, tinatanggap ko ho yan at ako'y nagpapasalamat pagkat nabigyan ako ng pagkakataon na busisiin yung ginagawa ng TRB. Nakita ko ho na huwag na lang magmasamaan, usapang prangka lang ito. Nakita ko na there is a failure of implementation dito sa TRB. Kaya nga sinabi ko, kailangan tugunan natin ito. Nagkaroon hindi mo ng kakulangan of enforcement. Sabihin ko lang po sa inyo, doon sa amin pagpupulong-pulong with TRB, isang patakaran ang sinabi ko, maglagay kayo ng toll marshal sa mga toll, lalo higit sa primary toll plazas. Para nang sa ganon, on real time yung paghahatid ng mga datos upang matugunan on real time yung mga problema na nangyayari po sa mga toll plaza. Alam niyo ba ho kung bakit mahalaga ito, Madam Chair? Nalaman ko ho sa aking pagbubusisi dahilan sa Senate hearing na ito. Nalaman ko ho na yung audit sa RFID ay ginagawa lang po once every 2 years. Kaya sabi ko, nag-init po yung ulo ko dyan. Bakit naman once every 2 years yung audit sa RFID? Hindi ba dapat mapabilis yan? Hindi ba dapat magawang regular yan? Kaya nga ba sinabi ko, Madam Chair, dapat yung audit na yan gawin monthly at on the list. At tapos yung datos na nakukuha ng mga toll marshal ay inputted dyan on a real-time basis. Kasi po, ma'am, kung aadresin natin yung problema after 2 years, bilasan na yung manok, hindi pa nasusolusyonan yung problema. Pero kung approach ko natin ay on real time, makakatulong ito para sa isang bayanan. Kung papayagan pa ho akong magsalita, Madam Chair, konti na lang po. Kaya nga po, sinabi ko sa TRB, deploy roving and station toll marshals. Conduct regular monthly audit throughout 2 years with daily reports and inputs from the toll marshals. Ang mahalaga ho, kailangan akibat ng monthly audit at yung tinatawag na announced audit. Dapat ho, magkaroon ho tayo ng maigting na enforcement sa pagbabaybay sa ating mga tollways. Isa na lang po ang sasabihin ko, Madam Chair, if I may. From the very beginning, I have always advocated interoperability. Alam niyo po ho, nung nag-assume kami, 3 ho ang toll operators natin. Doon sa 3 operators ho, 3 ho yung sistema. Kaya kung sabi ko, hindi ba pwedeng pagsamasamahin na lang at isang sistema? Hindi ba pwedeng yung isang sistema magkaroon tayo at isa na lang ang tinatawag na wallet? Dahil ho dito, nakasundo-sundo yung mga toll operator at nung mga 2 linggo ang nakakaraan, nakasundo na yung sistema ng NLEX ay pwedeng gamitin sa ECTEX at yung sistema ng ECTEX ay pwedeng gamitin sa NLEX. Ito ho yung tutugunan ng pansin. Ngayon, kung hindi mo mangyayari na magkakaroon ng isa sistema at magdadalawa o 3 sistema, kailangan ho may clearinghouse. May clearinghouse. Para nang sa ganun, magkakaroon ng mabilisang solusyonan sa mga sistema. Madam Chair, sinabi ko na kanina, humihingi ako ng paumanhin sa mga inconvenience at discomfort na hinatid ng samot-saring problema na nasa ating tollways. Kami ho, nagpapasalamat ho ako sa inyo dahil sa mga Senate hearing na ito na kami ho'y naitulak upang silipin at baybayin kung ano yung mga nangyayari sa tollway. Humingi ako ng apology sa sambayanan, lalo na yung mga bumabaybay, si Senator Win. Sorry po, titignan ho namin yung mga pamaraan upang ma-improve yung estado. Ngayon ho, sinabi ko, silipin natin yung ginagawa ng TRB. Marami hong dapat gawin dyan. Dapat silipin din natin yung mga ginagawa ng mga toll operator. Sa ating pagsisilip-silip ng lahat, kailangan magkaroon tayo ng kaganapang solusyon nang sa ganun, yung daloy ng trapiko sa NLEX ay maging kaaya-aya, fluid, and liquid. Madam Chair, Maraming salamat po sa oportunidad.
Thank you, Secretary Tugade. Just a brief observation from your statements. Unang-una po, maraming salamat sa inyong paghihingi ng pasensya. Naintindihan naman natin na hindi ganun kadali ang naatas sa inyong trabaho. Kaya lang po, one point, alam ko sinasabi ninyo na yung toll regulatory body, the long and short of it, should have been more effective. But aren't you the chairman of the toll regulatory board? Number one. Number two, these problems that are now manifesting itself more has been in place, have been experienced by many of our drivers since 2018. So matagal na po itong mga problema na to. Nung ginawa po ninyo yung order na maging cashless, bilang TRB head po, siguro nakakarating na sa inyo ang mga problemang ito, pero nagkaroon pa rin kayo ng order na ganyan. Pangatlo, nabanggit ninyo yung interoperability. Kailan yon? Alam ko, sinasabi nyo that you advocate for that, but we still don't have a timeline on when that will happen. So these are three thoughts that I have in mind. I will also open the floor para makatanong na yung iba, and then you can go back to answering this question. Anybody else? Any senator?
Sagutin ko lang po yung na-raise.
Sige, go ahead, sir. Kayo po.
Tama ho kayo. Ako ho yung chairman ng TRB. Sabihin ko na rin ho, ang members dyan ay si Public Works at si NEDA at si Department of Finance. Ipaalam ko lang ho na hindi ho aktual at personal na presensya namin ang pag-attend ng board kasi po sa dami ho ng attached agencies namin, talagang hindi ko ho ma-attend ng yan. Kaya nga ho, nag-designate kami ng alternate chairman. Tama ho bang napaparating sa amin yung mga nangyayari sa board? Minsan, opo, karamihan ho, hindi. Ngayon, yung tanong ho na naggawa ng DO para ilunsad itong tinatawag na cashless or contactless transactions. Nabigay ho ako ng assurance ng Executive Director ng TRB na ito ho ay produkto ng pulong-pulong at agreement ng lahat ng stakeholders at nasabi ho ng mga proponent, mga service proponent na kakayanin po nila yung nangyayaring at mangyayari doon sa mga timelines na aming pinapagawa.
Secretary, ma-interrupt ko lang po kayo. Alam ko maraming ahensya sa ilalim ng DOTR. Sino yung dinesignate ninyo for the day-to-day operations of the tollways? Sino po?
Ma'am, ang dinesignate ko na mag-represent sa akin sa mga board meeting, isa pong Yusek, si Benny Reynoso ho. Bakit ho? Kasi ho siya ang head ng planning. Ngayon po,
hindi ba na-report sa inyo ang glitches na nangyayari dyan sa mga tollways noon pa?
Ma'am, liwanagin ko lang po. Ano ho? Yung kwan ho, attached agency ho, yung Tolls Regulatory Board in relation sa DOTR. Ang ibig pong sabihin niyan, yung DOTR ay responsibilidad doon yan ay magbigay ng polisiya. Yung implementasyon at actual running of the TRB as an attached agency, even under Presidential Decree 1121, ang parang authority, absolute authority ho, yung TRB dyan sa pang-araw-araw na kakayanan. Yung marahil ho, kung papayagan ho, ng ating butihing chairwoman, magsasalita lang po yung aking USEC sa legal upang bigyan patotoo yung aking sinabi dahilan sa relationship ng TRB at DOTR. Madam Chair.
Go ahead, and I'd like in his presentation to hear what recommendations he gave you, Secretary, for you to decide that you can implement a cashless system. Gusto ko malaman kung di-report niya sa inyo yung mga nagiging problema doon. Go ahead. Is this Yusek Reynoso, did you say?
Madam Chair, Attorney Reina Diaz po, Undersecretary po for the
I can't hear you. What's your name again?
Attorney Reina Liebra po from Undersecretary, Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Attorney.
Madam Chair, yung TRB po, tulad nung sinabi ng Sekretarya, yung sarili pong kasarinlan ng independence. Kapag meron po siyang sariling charter under Presidential Decree 1112, na kung saan meron po siyang sariling governing board, na ang miyembro po ay kasama ng Department of Transportation, ang kasama ng Department of Finance, Department of Public Works, NEDA, at saka private sector. Ang relasyon ho ng DOTR sa TRB ay isa lamang attached agency. At kung mapanabatin po ninyo, sa nakalagay ko sa batas, nakasaad sa Administrative Code of 1987, kapag attached agency, program and policy coordination lang po yun. Ang implementation at day-to-day operation ay naibigay po sa Executive Director ng TRB na hindi po pwedeng kontrolin o kaya i-maniobra ng Secretary lamang ng Department of Transportation. So ang in sum po, may sarili pong independence at may sarili pong operation ang TRB through the Executive Director. Salamat po, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Senator Nancy.
Just a question, hindi ba policy yung going cashless for the toll operators? So technically, it is within the mandate of the TRB board, which is headed by the Secretary. Tama po ba? Madam Chairperson.
Who can respond to Senator Binay's question?
Madam Chair, if I may po, with your permission, si Atty. Ebra po ulit.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, yung tama po yun, no? Policy po ang going cashless. Pero tulad nga po nung nakasaad sa batas, kami po ay makikipag-coordinate lamang ng policy sa TRB. As to the implementation po at yung operationalization, Executive Director po ng TRB ang magkasagawa po ng actual implementation. Kaya po, yun po yung kumbaga buod ng pagiging attached agency ng dalawang ahensya po na yun.
Senator Drilon is recognized.
Yes, I just want to make a simple comment. Alam niyo po, matagal din ako sa bureaucracia. Yun pong tinatawag nating attached agency under the those under the control of the mother unit. Those are all theoretical. Ang totoo po dyan, pwede mo namang utusan, kung ikaw po ang kalihim, pwede mong utusan yung executive director, hoy, gawin mo ito. Pag hindi mo ginawa, pwede po kayong, you can be disciplined. So this structure of attached for policy and program coordination and direct supervision and control are all theoretical. On a day-to-day operation of the agency, the secretary can give direction at hindi po pwede na yung attached agency magsabi na hindi po pwede yan. And I know that the good Secretary Tugade gives orders, but maybe because of the inefficiency and incompetence of the people in the attached agencies, his orders are not carried. And I'm sorry, but I cannot accept the proposition na kami po'y attached agency lang at may sarili kaming board, etc. etc. Sa akin po, yun po ay hindi totoo. And on a reality, day-to-day basis, wala pong distinction ang attached agency except in quasi-judicial issues at saka yung supervision and control of the mother unit.
Okay. Senator Sherwin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And maraming salamat, Secretary, sa inyong pagpapaumanhin. Malaking bagay po yan, lalo na doon po sa mga na karoon po ng napakasamang karanasan sa haba po ng traffic. At alam nyo, Secretary, yung cashless system maganda po in theory kung tama po yung impormasyon na binibigay po sa inyo. Pero yung TRB ho at yung operator, yung NLEX, hindi ho tama yung impormasyon na binibigay po sa inyo dahil talagang makikita po natin kanina sa mga video na mayroon po talagang problema doon sa RFID readers po natin. Kaya hindi po pwedeng mag-cashless kaagad habang may malala pong problema. Ngayon, Secretary, nag-issue ng statement po ang TRB noong December 9 at inamin niya rin, no, meron pong problema at may glitches na matagal nang nangyayari. At sabi niya, the glitches are not new to TRB management and were subject to notices to correct. So, ibig sabihin, no, matagal na po itong problema ito. At yung NLEX, through their spokesperson, inamin din po na meron pong problema sa toll gates. At dahil po dito sa problema ito, nagkakaroon po ng problema sa traffic at sa mga complaints. Ngayon, mga Secretary, doon po sa concession agreement, meron pong malinaw na provision mo doon sa clause 17.1 na kung ang operator po ay hindi po ginagampanan yung kanyang trabaho, pwede pong i-revoke yung kanyang concession agreement, no, subject to the standards promulgated by the regulator. Ito po ay klaro ho doon sa concession agreement. At pag tinignan rin ho natin doon po sa kapangyarihan po ng TRB na sinabi niyo ho kanina sa Presidential Decree 1112, may kapangyarihan po ang TRB na i-revoke po yung operation certificate whenever the public interest so requires. Kung makikita ho natin yung katakot-takot na traffic ho kanina pinakita ho natin, obviously ho, ito ay nakaka-apekto ho sa public interest. Ngayon, Secretary, ang tanong ko, bakit ho tayo umabot sa ganito? Kung meron ho tayong regulator na itinalaga, pinapasweldo, merong opisina, may kapangyarihan sa kanyang charter at sa concession agreement, bakit ho tayo umabot sa ganito at inagrabyado ho natin ang ating mga motorista? Maganda ho yung intention ho ninyo doon sa cashless. Sumasang-ayon ho ako doon. Pero hindi ho tama na itong RFID readers ho natin perfecto. Ito ho ay bulok. Hindi ho gumagana. At kami po nararanasan ho namin yan dito po sa Norte. Kaya, Secretary, ang tanong ko lang naman ho, nasaan ho yung ating regulator? Bakit ho umabot sa ganitong punto? At umabot pa tayo sa isang insidente sa Valenzuela para marinig at mapakinggan po ng sambayanan at tingnan mo itong isyong ito.
Secretary, pakisagot.
Chair,
You're recognized, Secretary.
I react to the manifestation of the Honorable Senator, Madam Chair, if I may. Tama ho
Yes,
yung
please.
ni Senator Win. In fact, doon sa mga pulong-pulong na nagawa ko sa TRB, meron ho ako isang katanungan. Tama ho yung sinabi ni Senator Win. Kung talagang marami ng violation at burul-burul, under the concession agreement, may karapatan ho yung TRB mag-impose ng sanction, penalty, at mga fines doon sa kwan, short of cancellation of the concession agreement. Tinanong ko ho yung executive director, kung alam nyo na yung nangyayaring ganito, ano yung mga ginawa ninyong administrative actions in relation to the concession agreement? Having said this, Madam Chair, perhaps without meaning to pass any buck, Madam Chair, with your permission, maybe at this time it is proper and opportune to hear the words of the executive director and the person representing me in the TRB board, Mr. Reynoso. Madam Chair, if I may.
Madam Chair, can I be recognized? This is Benny Reynoso.
Okay. Sino po nagsasalita?
Benny Reynoso po.
Yusek Reynoso.
Okay, go ahead, Yusek Reynoso.
Yes. Tama po yung sinabi ni Secretary, no? As a matter of fact, nung nangyari po itong implementation ng cashless transaction in December 1, yung week ho na yon, lumabas ho yung maraming problema. So ang board ho nag-convene noong December 9. No? Nag-meeting ho yung board at pinagpaliwanag po namin yung executive director tungkol sa nangyayari. No? And then we gave instructions to the executive director to send notice to the toll operator the provisions yung sinay po ni Senator Vinga Chalian na yung violation nila ng mga standards, they are liable for sanctions, such as, among others, suspension of toll collection and possible suspension of the concession agreement. At pagka alam ko po, nitong December 15 po, pinadala ng notice ng Executive Director ng TRB, si Director Sales, ang toll operator NLEX at winaningan ho na tungkol ho sa powers ho ng TRB na sinahid po ni Senator Will. Yun po ang ginawang aksyon ng board, nung lumabas po yung first week of implementation itong mga glitches na to.
Teka muna, Yusek, I have a quick question. Number one, nasaan yung executive director ninyo? Nandyan ba?
Nandito po siya. Gusto po siya doon sa mga aksyon na ginawa niya,
Hindi, teka muna. Kasi since 2018 pa ito nangyayari, and even before that, I'd like to know from the executive director if he's actually reported all of the problems occurring with regards to the Toll Regulatory Board's observation. So, ano ba, sa day-to-day operations, nag-submit ba ang executive director?
In so far as the board is concerned po, wala po kaming receive sa board po, wala pong na-receive ang board na mga serious issues on the RFID at that time.
Okay, I'd like to hear from the executive director why he hasn't submitted those issues to the board.
Good afternoon po, Madam Chairman. Engineer Sales po, Executive Director po ng Toll Regulatory Board. Ito pong RFID, ito po naipatupad po sa NLEX po nitong 2017. Tama po yung nabanggit po ni Secretary, nagkaroon na po kami ng dalawang audit po dito sa operational aspect po nitong sistema na to. At yun pong mga resulta po ng audit na po yan, ay naibibigay po sa operator at napagsasabihan po sila na i-correct po yung mga nakita po namin pong diferensya dyan. At yun naman po ay tuloy-tuloy naman pong kino-correct po ng operator at nung mga sumunod po na audit at verification, nandun pa rin po yung mga problema po na yan. At tuloy-tuloy pa rin po yung pag-correct nila. Katulad na rin po nung mga nasabi po ni Secretary kanina, yung mga solusyon po dyan, tungkol po dun sa pagpapatupad po niyan, ay naibigay po sa kanila yung instruction. Ang naging problema po nitong pagpapa-implement po ng cashless was primarily actually po, doon po sa paglalagay po ng stickering lane, doon po sa plaza ng Mindanao, in so far as Valenzuela po, sa Karuhatan, na nagbigay po ng kasikipan doon po sa flow po ng ayun po, operational aspect po yun on the part of the operator, pinakorek na po, pinatanggal na po, at naabutan nga lang po nung pagsuspindi po nung business permit, at yun po dahil po sa pagsuspindi ng...
Okay, teka muna. Unang-una, bigyan mo kami ng kopya ng mga sulat na pinadala niyo sa concessionaire. Okay? Pangalawa, sinasabi mo ba na hindi mo nasabi kay Secretary Tugade o sa USEC na may problema ito, baka hindi natin kaya i-implementa ang cashless system within 3 months. Hindi ka nagrekomenda?
Doon po sa aspeto po, doon sa katanungan niyo po, ito po na-take up po yung mga issue na yan, yung mga tinatawag na glitches po ng sistema. Doon pong pangungonsulta po sa mga operator. At sumasama din po yung mga opisyalis po ng mga DOTR at pag-uusapan po kung ano po yung solusyon. Kasi po ang intention po ng
Teka, kayo po ba ang nag-issue ng department order para sa cashless system? Yung IRR?
Kami po, yung nag-issue po nung IRR.
Okay. Sino ang nagtalaga ng petsa na 3 months?
Yung department order po, yun pong ginawa po naming IRR.
Okay. Doon sa meeting ng department order, sinong mga present?
Doon sa consultation meeting po, lahat po ng concessionaire operator, kasama po yan. Actually po, even before the department order was crafted po, kung mararapat nyo lang pong ipaliwanag po, nung nagkaroon po ng pagtutok po nitong COVID-19, nagbigay na po ng instruction si Secretary na tignan kung paano po masolusyonan po yung pagkalat po ng
Okay, doon sa department hearing, kasama ng TRB, doon sa issuance ng rules, no, para dito sa cashless system, nandun ba si Secretary Tugade?
Wala po. Yung mga ano lang po, mga assistant secretary po, at saka yung iba pong representative po nila.
Sigurado ka?
Opo.
Okay, pero ano yung papel ng kalihim ng DOTR? Kailangan ba i-aproba yung ni-release ninyong IRR?
Opo, inaproban po ng board po ng PRP.
Pero alam mo kasi ganito rin, baka unfair na naman kay Secretary Tugade na hindi kayo nagre-report regularly dun sa mga problema. Di ba trabaho mo yan as Executive Director? Now, bakit mo naisip? Kasi sinasabi mo na yung pila mahaba dun sa Mindanao Avenue. Pero alam mo naman na dati pa yung mga makina problema eh. Di ba? Bakit wala kayong ginawa kagad? Ilang linggo rin na mahabang pila ng mga ano. You didn't step in. Hindi mo sinabi, teka muna, i-lift muna yan or I recommend. Kung hindi pa nagsalita si Mayor Rex, I would like to hear now, alam mo yung explanation mo. Sa tingin ko, ma'am, ipapaliban ko muna yan. Gusto ko marinig muna kay Mayor Rex, no? At saka dun sa mayor ng, iba pang mayor ng Bulacan, yung kanilang experience, ano bang nangyayari dito? Mayor Rex, please, and then we can propound more questions based on your experiences.
Hi, Senator. Madam Chairwoman, thank you for having me. Madam, nakikinig ko ako kanina doon sa paliwanag ng TRB. Parang sinasabi nila 2017 lang nangyari tong RFID. Kaya lang, may precursor ho to eh. It was the same technology from day one. Yung tawag nga nila doon, yung easy trip or easy tag. Mga box yun na hawak-hawak mo, tapos iwawagay-way mo yun hanggang sa mahanap ka ng sensor. As far as I can recall, congressman pa lang ho ako and I've been mayor for 7 years already, meron na ho niyan. And dati pa lang, lagi na kami nagko-complain kasi sabi namin, prepaid yun, same concept, sensor-based siya, pero hindi nila mahanap. Pero dati, siguro, hindi pansinin ng publiko dahil minority yung gumagamit noon, 2 o 3 lane lang yan, mas maraming cash lane. So even at that time, NLEX had the chance to perfect the system. Ma'am, kami dito sa Valenzuela, hindi ho kami tutol sa paggamit ng teknolohiya to improve services. Naniniwala ho kami na ang technology is napakatagal na panahon na, yet the system was faulty from day one. Yung pinili na RFID system ng NLEX ay palyado na nung 2017 pa at as far as I can recall, even before that. Now, to be safe about it, 7 years na akong mayor, 7 years na akong tumatawag sa NLEX, 7 years na kami nagpupulong, wala naman hong nangyayari. Siguro, ang point ko lang ho sana, I'm sure TRB, napansin na yon na may problema dun sa RFID. So sana, bago nag-migrate dito sa December 1 na lahat tayo gagamit, tinanong nila muna mabuti ang NLEX or inobserbahan nila kung na-improve na yung system na ginagamit from day one. In short, yung pagkakamali or yung palyadong sistema na 2 lane lang dati, inadapt lang natin sa maraming lane, kaya nagkagulo-gulo na ho yung traffic. And that became ho the reason why medyo napuno na ho kami dito sa Valenzuela City and we had to suspend pansamantala yung business permit ho nila. And now, if I can just share with the committee, dahil nagka-agree na kami ng NLEX na barriers up ho kami from 5 a.m. till 10 p.m., no, the greater part of the day. Ma'am, right now, to the members of the committee, sobrang smooth. You think that the road is a holiday, pero hindi. Kasi walang kapila-pila, through and through. So meaning, 2 observations. Number 1, the barriers were the cause of the delays. Number 2, the RFID, parang kasi ang dating sa publiko, yung RFID ng NLEX, makailan lang ginamit, December 1. Hindi po, napakatagal na ho niyan. Kung 2017 lagpas pa nun, yung precursor niyan, yung box ang hawak mo, tapos iwawagay-way mo yun hanggang mahanap ka. Ngayon lang nga, ang ginawa nila, dinikit nila yung box o yung sticker sa'yo at yung kotse naman ang sasayaw para hanapin yung sensor. Ma'am, I hope that was my statement ho, and I give back the floor to the other mayors.
Yes, I would like to hear also our Mayor Ambrosio Cruz of Giginto, Bulacan, and then later on the president. And I'd also like to hear the side of NLEX now. Please explain your side. You've been there. Supposedly the province been in existence even prior to 2017. So let's hear from the mayor of Giginto, Bulacan, Mayor Cruz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree doon sa observation po ni Mayor Rex. Kaya ho nung gawin po ni Mayor Rex yun, immediately lahat po kami pong mga punong bayan dito sa lalawigan ng Bulacan, nag-issue ng manifesto supporting him. At sabi ko nga, immediately naman nagpunta sa akin ng NLEX at nagpaliwanag, and they try to make corrective action. Pero at the end of the day, ang mahalaga ho rito ay nagising lahat. At yung araw na to ay napag-usapan ng problema na to na matagal na ho namin problema. Tama ho si Mayor Rex. Magit na ho 3 taon ito. Maganda yung description niya eh. Dati sumasayaw yung kamay, ngayon sumasayaw yung kotse. Sana ho, magising na ho ang lahat para sana mawala ng problema to. Kasi nagkakaroon po ng perception na yung TRB po ay ang mas pinoproteksyonan yung concessionaire kesa po itong motoring public at doon po kami nalulungkot. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat, Mayor Cruz. Nakikita ko po yung kamay ni Senator Gordon. Senator, please go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Poe. I appreciate it. Good afternoon to everyone. I just have very quick manifestations because I also done other meetings concerning other problems, but this is a priority measure. And I congratulate all of you for having finally gotten together and done something about it. May I just make a manifestation from my humble service in government for a long time. Number one, I think everybody forgot public convenience. That is my first observation. If there was monitoring, even as early as 2017, the Department of Transportation, or for that matter, any department in whatever administration, should always monitor public convenience, public service. In this case, they failed. They failed. So nakalimutan ang convenience ng public. Tama yung sinasabi ni Mayor Rex na bakit ako, dumadaan ako dyan bakit isa lang ang RFID? Bakit lahat cash pa? Nagawa na nga yung RFID and ang gagawin lang naman dyan, siguro, kung gusto natin matapos in 3 months yan, o lahat ng ending in 3, lahat ng ending in 5, ganitong week, tapusin natin. Pag hindi nyo natapos, you will be fined when you re-register. In the meantime, pag natapos sa December, hindi ka makakapasok, kaya magbabayad ka ng fine. That could have been done. Staggered registration. All right? That was never done because nobody was watching the show. Everybody was looking elsewhere. You know, ang private business, they will do what they want best, facilitate profits, minimize all sorts of gusot. Pero that is why you have government regulatory agencies. That is why you have a toll regulatory board na dapat tinitignan yung araw-araw na nangyayari dyan. Hindi ginawa yan. Yan ang tingin ko. Pangalawa, dapat tinitignan natin bakit nagkaka-traffic. When I was Secretary of Tourism, tama yung sinasabi ni Senator Dillon. Walang anong specialized agency. You're under the Secretary of the Department of Tourism. You follow my lead. And if you don't do it, I will punish you. I will really create sanctions and make life difficult for you. Walang ganun Walang oversight. Hindi excuse yun ng Cabinet Secretary. Sorry, my friend may not agree with me, but that's the way it must happen. And then, apart from that, tama rin si Rex. We want to make life fast and convenient for our people. Easy. Alam niyo, bakit kailangan RFID kung magkakaroon ng problema? Hindi pa pwedeng ma-anticipate yan na yung wattage bababa at yung tinatawag natin interoperability magagawa. When you go to Singapore, and I've been going there for the last 2 or 3 decades, nung araw pa, 2 decades ago pa, 3 decades ago, meron na sila doon sa Central Business District. Pag dumaan ka doon, boing, bayad ka. Papadala lang sa yung bill mo. Pag ikaw, nag-step on the line sa pedestrian lane yung kotse mo, at makukunan ka na litrato pati plate number mo, bayad ka. There are technologies present in the whole world. Pero hindi natin ginawa yung technology na yan. You try to get the most advantageous, the most easy to do, magagawa yan. So sa mga tweet, sinasabi ni Secretary Tugade kanina, bakit may emergency? Tapos iba-iba, wala na, nakalabas na, nahuli na tayong lahat sa pansitan, nahirapan na ang tao, magpapasko pa naman. Kaya lang kayo nagulantang, ang totoo niyan. From March, if you like, I could be wrong, sabi niyo March inumpisahan sa December 2018, hindi tayo nag-procrastinate. Dapat sinabi niyo na, ito staggered schedule, by 2019 tapos tayo para hindi tayo nagmamadali. Kaya na-inconvenience lalo ang public ngayon because nagkaroon ng pandemic, nagkaroon ng mga sakit sa mga kawawang naandun sa booth, doon lang tayo nataranta dahil magkakasisihan na. Kaya minadali, lalong nagkaloko-loko. Kalma lang tayo, sasabihin na paliwanag sa publiko, lahat ito gagawin ni staggered at magagawa yan. Ngayon, saka na natin sisihin kung sino nagkamali. Hindi dapat sa gobyerno yung hindi ina-anticipate ang problema. You have no business being a toll regulatory board commissioner or for that matter, forgive the phrase, even a cabinet officer or for that matter, any guy, if you do not know how to run your department or you don't know how to run your agency. Because the only thing that you should remember ay dapat meron kang liderato na mapipigil mo yung mga ganyang problema. These are not totally unforeseen. This is easily foreseen. There is experience throughout the whole world. And all it needs is the will of the leader, a good leader who will be appointed by the president in all the departments who will not give excuses but will fix the problem. Kung hindi nila gagawin yan, baliwala. That's why in the other day, Madam Chair, I was talking about, lahat siya palay ganyan We look before we leap. Tingnan nyo muna bago kayo tumalon. Hindi nyo tinitignan. Ma-quick-quick-san pala kayo, mahihirapan tayo, hindi natin tinignan. Kaya ang dami-dami kong sinahit sa inyo dyan, pati nung araw yung airport 10 years bago na tapos yung airport ng NAIA. Tapos kanina, nakikinig ako sa hearing, ang bilis pala natapos yung Cebu. Yun na sinasabi ko there is no sense of urgency. Tapos papasok na lang tayo, may mga lalapit na pagbibigyan, yun ang nangyayari dyan. So I suppose, Madam Chair, with all the examples, I think yun ang kunin natin. Now, if you want to really get accountability, I can see where the accountability lies, and I think you can see that too. At mga tao nakikita yan, the people will not take it anymore. Ano, pinabayaan nyo ang tao, nagka-traffic, pag may emergency, naiiwanan, kausap ko yung Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, it took me 6 hours, 7 hours, Senator, before I was able to cross the line. Doon lang tayo gagalaw pagka nahirapan na ang tao. At nung nahirapan na ang tao, sisihan na, binabi ko sa iyo yan, sinabi ko yan nung araw, hindi ginagawa. Monday morning quarterbacking ang ginamit ko nung ako'y magtanong kay Senator Grace. Lahat tayo magaling after the game. Lahat tayo nagsasabi tapos na yung game. Pero ang kailangan natin mga leader, bago pa maglaro, alam mo na ang play mo. Alam mo na kung anong tatamaan ka. Alam mo na kung saan ka makadidelay. Alam mo na kung saan ka mumurahin ng tao pag nagkamali. At kung yun ang ginawa, we won't be having this hearing. We will just be applauding them because mabilis ang takbo. Thank you, Madam Senator. Again, I congratulate you for their diligence and service to our people.
Thank you, Senator Gordon, for your inputs. I would like to ask the Executive Director, na-report ba ninyo kay Secretary Dugate, either verbally or in writing, the problems being encountered by those RFID machines? And with that, did you still recommend that you can comply with 100% cashless within 3 months? Alam ba ni Secretary Tugade yung mga nagiging problema dyan?
Yun pong mga resulta po ng audit between po ng sa TRB po at saka sa operators po. Nire-report po yun. Ito pong mga glitches po, napag-usapan na lang po yan during po the consultation with the operators, stakeholders, kasama po kami, kasama po.
Okay, so pinag-usapan ninyo doon sa consultation. Narinig ba ni Secretary Tugade?
Ang kausap ko po dyan, yun pong mga pinapadala po doon po sa consultation tungkol po dyan. At yung
okay, so sino yung pinadala?
Kasama po si Ang matandaan ko po, yun pong sa communication po, si Assistant Secretary, si Gades po. And then,
Bakit communication lang, consultations o communications representative ang pinadala? Na-relay ba yan kay Secretary Tugade? Secretary, the outcome of the consultation, did they just tell you that they all got along and decided that you can implement this without reporting to you any of the past glitches?
Sa hindi ko nakukuha yung mga detalye ng mga report. Siguro ang ginagawa nila ang reporting by exception. Siguro iniisip nila na kaya nilang addressin yung mga problema. Kaya gusto kong isipin na hindi na nila pinaparating sa akin pagkat naniniwala sila sa kakayanan na addressin yung problema. Pero, kaya na ako sinabi ko kanina, nakita ko na there is a failure of implementation.
Okay, so you think now that there's a deficiency in the performance of his duties, the executive director?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what do you intend to do about it?
2 days ago, that has crossed my mind. In fact, this morning I have talked with the executive director, and for the moment, Madam Chair, wala lang muna tayo, but there will be addressing this matter from the point of view of management evaluation. But
okay, we will respect that. But I see the hand of Senator Sherwin, but I also want to hear from the representatives of NLEX. So Senator Sherwin, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, susundan ko lang po yung mga punto ho ninyo. And I want to ask this to the Executive Director. Executive Director Sales, ano pong resulta ng audit na ginagawa niyo? In summary, ano po yung resulta ng audit ng RFID?
Yun pong marami pong aspeto po dyan. Pero doon na lang po tayo sa pinaka-main po na aspeto po siguro. Yung tinatawag na transaction time at saka throughput. Dahil yun naman po, yung throughput, yun po yung nagpo-cause po ng traffic po yan. Kung kakaunti po yung kakayanan po ng isang lane. Ang amin pong audit po dyan sa easy trip po, na lumalabas po doon sa mga tinignan po naming datos, saka sa mga video, sa pagbe-verify po sa site, nasa 6 to 10 seconds po yung transaction time na tinatawag. At yan pong 6 to 10 seconds na transaction time, ang ibibigay po na output po niyan sa kada lane po ng toll plaza, nasa 360 to 600 po. 600 vehicles po per hour. Kung ikukumpara mo po sa cash, na kahit po may glitch, mas mataas pa rin po yung resulta po nung pinakamataas po na transaction time. Yun po yung mga finding. But despite that po, pinapaabot po din sa mga operator na ayusin po yung kanila pong mga equipment at sila naman po ay sumasagot at tumutugon at yun po bine-verify po namin, tuloy-tuloy po yan at yun po ay tinitignan ulit kung ano po yung improvement po sa throughput at saka sa tinatawag na transaction time. Ano po yung...
Maputol ko lang kayo, ED. Sa ngayon ba, ayos na ba lahat ng mga RFID readers? Simple lang ho.
Sa ngayon po, sabihin ko na po, hindi po ayos insofar as the throughput po is concerned. Yun po yung...
So mula nung 2017 hanggang ngayon, hindi pa ho naayos?
Yung iba po naayos dahil po siguro sa paglipas po ng panahon. Yung iba naman po ang nagkakaroon po ng diferensya. At yung iba pong diferensya po dyan, hindi lang naman po doon sa sistema, kundi pati po doon sa mga sticker na kailangan...
Mula 2017 hanggang ngayon, meron na ba kayong... nagbigay na ba kayo ng multa o ng any punishment to the operator? Pinagmulta niyo ba ho sila o sinanction niyo ho sila? Dahil alam naman natin to 2017, kanina sa video pinakita ho namin, hindi ho to isolated case, regular case ho to. Mayroon ba kayong pagmumulta?
Yun po multa, wala po. Doon po sa kontrata po ng NLEX. tama po yung pinakita po kanina na yun pong sa material or consistent violation po. Yun lang po yung sanction po dyan. Yun po ay tinitignan po ngayon natin dahil po sa mga nangyari po nitong mga nakaraang linggo, kung magpa-qualify po doon po sa provision po na yun ng kontrata po.
So, hindi niyo po pinagmulta mula 2007 hanggang ngayon. Puro pakiusap na lang na gagawin at gagawin. Pero alam naman natin, hindi nila ginagawa.
Ay, inaayos naman po nila. Yung nabanggit ko nga po, lumuluma naman po yung equipment, lumuluma po yung mga sticker. Nag-iiba naman po yung problema. Yun po yung aming obserbasyon po.
Pero kung ganun ho, dapat mas mabigat po yung inyong ginawa dahil hindi naman to bago eh. At nakita nyo, napaka-powerful po yung charter ho ninyo. Yung kontrata rin, very specific, meron ho kayong kapangyarihan. Bakit hindi nyo ho ginawa para matakot?
Ngayon po, yung po pag-penalize po, yun po yung instructionist po ng board na tignan po yun, yung aspeto po na yun. At yan po ay...
yun, hindi, pero dati. Ngayon lang yun, yung dati.
Wala pong sanction po, yung mga nakaraan po. Kundi ano na...
Kaya pinaglalaroan lang po ang taong bayan. Papasok sa kabilang tenga, lalabas sa kabila. Ngayon, ganun po nangyayari. Kaya umabot po tayo sa ganitong punto. Yun ang aking punto ho eh. Meron kayong kapangyarihan, hindi nyo ginagamit. At ito yung tinatawag ko, alam nyo, narinig din na ho ba yung regulatory capture? Captured na ho ang TRB. Pinagtatawanan lang ho tayo ng mga operator. That's it for now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Senator Nancy is recognized.
Madam Chair, tatanong ko lang sa yung sa head ng TRB. Was there a standard set dun sa technology na gagamitin for RFID? Kasi kung matatandaan natin, Madam Chairwoman, yung kinukwento ni Senate President Soto na sa abroad, sa California, wala na talagang barrier eh. Dumadaan lang and then nakaka-capture na. May ganong standard ba na sinet yung TRB?
Ito po sa kontrata po ni NLEX wala pong specific na standard po na prescribe po ng kontrata. Yan pong TRB, pinapaubaya po sa kanila. Ang nakalagay lang po sa kontrata, maglagay po sila ng electronic toll collection system in addition po dun sa cash transaction po. Hindi po kami nag-identify o namimili po on behalf of them kung ano po yung ilalagay po nilang electronic toll collection system dahil po pag pinakialaman po namin yun, parang pinapakialaman po namin yung pag-procure po nila ng kanilang equipment. Kaya po nung mga nakaraang taon po, kung naalala po nyo, magkakaiba po yung sistema po ng Excel. May mga tinatawag po na e-pass, meron po yung easy tag, and then yun pong e-tap, and then yan pong pagko-convert po nila ng RFID, upgrading po in line with the policy po na binigay po nung TRB din nung 2005 po na nagkaroon po ng pirmahan sa kontrata po ng Skyway, amendment at saka sa SLEX po na magkaroon po ng interoperability po yung mga expressway. Kaya naging RFID po yung mga sistema nila para po magkaroon po ng common system po na pwede po gawing interoperable po bawat isa.
Hindi, kaya nga ho, 'di ba? Parang nasa mandato nyo na mag-set ng standard kung ano yung kumbaga what's best for the users of both NLEX and SLEX. But apparently parang may failure tayo dun sa technology na gagamitin. Kaya nga kumbaga paulit-ulit yung problema na katulad nga na nasabi ni Mayor Cruz, dati yung kamay na nagsasayaw, ngayon yung sasakyan na, hindi pa ata uso yung TikTok, nagti-TikTok na yung mga dumadaan dyan sa NLEX natin. So siguro baka magandang tignan at pag-aralan ng board yung pag-set ng standard dun sa technology na pwedeng gamitin netong mga toll operators. And then, sa next question ko naman kay Secretary Togade, kanina ho nabanggit nyo na kayo po mismo ay gumagamit ng itong NLEX saka SLEX. From SLEX, pumupunta kayo sa NLEX. Hindi nyo ho ba naranasan yung mga nararanasan ni Senator Sherwin, yung nararanasan namin, yung na-experience ni Senator Joel Villanueva, nila Mayor Boy Cruz, na tuwing dadaan ho dyan sa mga RFID or yung tinatawag pa dati na easy trip na ninervyusin ka kasi baka hindi basahin yung easy trip mo or yung RFID mo na nakakahiya kasi kailangan mo umatras at lumipat dun sa cash booth. Hindi niyo ba naranasan yan, Secretary, na parang doon pa lang nag-red flag na sa inyo na parang bakit tuwing dumadaan na lang ako dito, hindi binabasa itong easy trip ko or itong RFID ko?
Honorable Senator Binay, nararanasan ko ho yan at maraming beses. Kaya nga ho dahil sa karanasan na yan, sinabi ko yung unang effectivity ng November 2 gawin December 1. Tapos ho, pagkatapos at parating ng December 1, dahilan sa karanasan na yan among others, sinabi ko dapat i-maintain pa rin yung cash booth, dapat i-maintain pa rin yung cash transaction. Sinabi ko rin ho na dapat i-allow yung RFID na tumahak. At sinabi ko rin ho na dapat maski after December 1, wala hong panho dyan, fine, penalty, or arresto, or hindi ho tatanggalin yung cash booth. Yun ho yung isang kadahilanan kung bakit I took it upon myself to have those extensions because of my own personal experience. Hindi lang ho.
Yes, pero Secretary, this year lang ho yan. But based dun sa video ni Senator Sherwin, 2018 pa lang, kumukuha na siya ng video nung kapalpakan ng RFID. So, the problem has been there since 2017. So, para ho sa akin, dapat noong pa lang 2017, 2018, ito na yung red flag sa inyo na mukhang may problema itong sistema natin. And siguro noon pa lang, na-analyze, kumbaga napag-aralan ng maigi kung kakayanin ba talaga yung cashless system in light of the problems dun sa RFID.
Tama rin ho kayo, Madam Senator. Kaya nga ho, sinabi ko na nagkaroon ako ng parang obsesyon na nagkaroon ng interoperability na kung saan sinabi ko rin ho na kung maaari, wag na tatlong sistema na paiba-iba at kailangan isang sistema lang. At kung meron hong mga sistema na iaalaw sa isang clearinghouse, ayan ho ang dapat gawin. Dagdag ko na rin ho, humingi ho ako ng enumerasyon ng mga key performance standard nang sa ganun, ma-measure ho yung sistema na dapat ilunsad o iganap sa ating mga tollways.
Last lang, Secretary Togade. So at the moment, ang policy ngayon is hindi na tayo 100% cashless?
Hindi ho. Kasi sinasabi ko, ilagay yung booth. Kaya nga po kanina, Madam Honorable Senator, sinabi ko na maglagay ng mga booth, yung tinatawag nilang emergency, gawin nilang cash, meron ng cash. Kalagdagan mo dyan, meron ng cash. Sinabi ko, huwag kayong mag-stickering dun sa main plaza kasi nakakadagdag ng bulahaw o konsumisyon yan. Yun po.
Yung Secretary, kasi di ba yung department order is 100% cashless. So ngayon, that is not the policy anymore? That the both toll operators will maintain cash booths?
Department order, interim. Yusek Regan, merong word doon ho na interim, hindi ho to achieve at certain point a total cashless transaction. Hindi ho immediate yung cashless transaction. Nandoon nakabuod ho yan sa department order sa mga nangungunang paragraph. Yusek Iabra, pwede bang pakibasa lang?
Madam Chair, if I may, si Mayor Iabra po.
Go ahead.
Section 1 of the department order, declaration of policy. It is hereby declared that all vehicles shall enter and use tollway facilities through cashless or contactless transaction. Initially, as a measure to mitigate the transmission of COVID-19 and subsequently as a means to ensure a more efficient flow of traffic within expressway. So initially po, ito po yung objective hanggang sa ma-ensure po na magiging efficient na yung flow ng traffic within the expressway.
Hindi. Parang for clarification lang, what is the end goal? Is the end goal to be 100% cashless?
Yes, Madam Senator, at certain point in time, ang habol ko ho dyan, kung susundin yung mga usap-usapan with the service provider, mga middle of next year, ma-achieve po yan. Meron hong pinirmahan na kung saan magkakaroon ng interoperability, yung sistema ng San Miguel at yung sistema ng...
Kailan po, Mr. Secretary, ang timeline ninyo for interoperability?
At inaasahan ho namin na dapat yung first phase maumpisahan hanggang Enero ho, by mid of next year, ma-achieve ho yung talagang complete cashless transaction po.
Madam Chair, by next year?
Next year when? January is the first phase. Bakit may first phase? Anong ibig sabihin nun? Some cars will be read interoperably?
Gumagamit ko ng NLEX, pwedeng gamitin sa sistema ng San Miguel. Yung sistema ng San Miguel, pwede rin gamitin sa NLEX.
Kaya nga po. Kailan nga po? January?
Siguro ho, inahabol namin dyan, Lidi, anong petsa yun?
Yun pong liwanagin ko lang po. Yun pong sistema po ni San Miguel, yung tinatawag po na auto switch. Sa ngayon po, pwede na po siyang ipa-involve po sa sistema po ni EasyTrip, yung ginagamit po sa NLEX. Yun po sinasabi po ni Secretary. Doon po sa susunod po na phase na yun pong system, yung RFID po ni NLEX, yung tinatawag na EasyTrip, na pwede na po siyang gamitin po, i-involve po sa sistema po ni auto switch. Yun po yung subject po ng sinasabi po ni Secretary na nabawa po, na nagkaroon po ng pirmahan na 2 linggo na po yata yung nakakaraan doon. At yun pong testing po ng readability, yan po mangyayari po, ang base po doon sa usapan na yon, mag-uumpisa po itong buwan na to po at papatupad po ng 2 linggo at titignan po kung yun pong sistema, readability po pinag-uusapan, kung talaga pong pwede na gawin po yung interoperability ng existing po na sistema po ng dalawa.
So in short, wala pa talaga kayong timeline. Wala kayong binigay sa mga concessionaires na petsa kung kailan dapat ito mangyari.
Sa amin usapan ho na kung saan nandoon yung mga representative ng NLEX at XLEX. Sa amin usapan ho, pinupuntuho namin yan, yung interoperability, ma-achieve ho yan by mid of next year. Ewan ko ho kung kakayanin namin. But we will work hand in hand to achieve that with ultimate.
Okay. So mid next year pa talaga. Ngayon, Senator
Madam
Nancy,
Chairwoman, last na lang dun sa konsepto ng 100% cashless. Kasi if you remember when you sponsored the resolution, it was raised by Senator Coco Pimentel yung issue of legal tender ng di ba? Kasi pag in-implement natin yung 100% cashless, parang hindi nire-recognize ng TRB yung pera natin as a legal tender by going 100% cashless. So gusto ko lang kunin yung opinion ng DOTR dun sa issue nga na nire-raise ni Senator Coco during the period of interpellation.
Madam Chair, if I may answer the question po, the attorney.
Yes, go ahead, please. And also, wait, just to add on to this, even if it's 100% cashless as a policy, you committed to keep a cash booth, right?
Madam
Please
Chair,
answer.
parang hindi na nga eh. Parang eventually, mawawala na talaga.
Kaya nga, please answer both concerns. Legal tender and then leaving one cash booth at least for emergency purposes.
Doon ho sa, kung sinabi natin 100% cashless, we will always allow the avenue of having a cash book for emergency. Hindi ho naman pwedeng kumplituhin na wala na ho yan. We have to provide for emergencies like that, Madam Chair.
Okay, how about for the legal tender question?
May I yield, Madam Chair, to the USEC for legal of the DOTR.
Madam
Go
Chair,
ahead,
and
please.
can they please define yung emergency?
Please respond to the question of Senator Nancy. What is your definition of an emergency for them to be able to access the cash booth?
Yung emergency ho, alimbawa, nandoon at walang RFID at pwedeng pumayag, dapat meron hong booth yun na i-allow for a cash transaction. But that will be, makikita ho nila yung daloy ng trapiko sa RFID, mabilis. Pero mag-aantay ho sila kasi emergency level ho yun. Ganun po yun.
Bakit mag-aantay?
Kasi ho,
Hindi ba para yung cash booth dapat always open yun?
At madaming nag-cash dyan, talaga hong pipila sila dyan.
Okay. I guess, doon na lang ako sa legal tender.
If I may explain po, yung legal tender po, pagka nag-implement ng transaction, hindi po ibig sabihin na hindi na po tatanggapin yung cash para makapasok po sa mga tollways. Kasi po yung automatic toll collection is just a mode of collection. Kumbaga, kung para makadaan po kayo, kailangan magbayad muna kayo, kailangan maloadan muna yung RFID nyo, at pwede naman pong ibigay yon sa site na hindi mo malapit doon sa mga barriers para nga po maiwasan yung congestion. So kung titignan po natin, pwede pa rin po magbayad ng cash, kaya lang pag malapit na po sa toll gate or sa barrier, kailangan yung mode of collection, cashless na po. So wala po rin ng violation ng legal tender principle. Salamat po, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, can I ask si InfraWatch Attorney Terry Ridon if he agrees with, because I'm not a lawyer, so hindi ko alam kung tama ba yung posisyon ng legal ng DOTR. Thank you.
Magandang araw po. We are accepting the explanation of Undersecretary Yebra on the matter. We don't have objections on cashless tolling as a concept, particularly not just to respond to COVID, but also to respond to operational efficiencies as well and environmental concerns. We are accepting as well I think DOTR is also adjusting to public sentiment by relaxing its deadlines on the matter. I think the departments are already amenable to extending for implementation to up until the middle of the year. This is a matter that is acceptable to all of us, particularly to allow all the toll operators to adjust particularly on the technological glitches that they have been experiencing. I think yung pong usapin ng legal tender, I think palit na bagay na lang po ito. The legal tender matter can be resolved by going to the cash booths to get the load. So we support this position of the agency as well.
Okay, may I ask now for the statement of the NLEX concessionaire, and then later on, San Miguel Corporation, because this is now the issue on interoperability, the progress on your talks, when your commitment and your timeline, what your timelines are. Let's begin with NLEX. Paki-explica po, bakit ang kumpanya nyo na alam naman natin ay hindi iba sa teknolohiya, ay nahihirapan dito sa mga glitches ng inyong mga makina. Mumurahin ba itong binili ninyo? Bakit nagkakaproblemang ganito? Anong ginagawa ninyo? Ano ang inyong timeline para maayos ito? At ilang porsyento ang magiging pagbabago at improvement sa inyong serbisyo? And let's...
Magandang hapon po, Madam Chair. I'm Rodrigo Franco, President ng Metro Pacific Tollways. Kasama po sa grupo namin ng NLEX Corporation. If the Chair and the Honorable Senators may allow, kung pwede po, we will just read a short statement muna because we just want to put into perspective, the proper perspective, ito pong mga nangyari sa RFID implementation. But we'll be ready naman po to answer any
Okay,
questions.
as long as your statement is brief and to the point, go ahead, please.
Opo. We have come here first in response to the invitation of the committee and to take this occasion to clarify the issues surrounding the RFID in our tollways. MPTC po is a government partner in the modernization and expansion of the country's transport infrastructure. We have been operating expressways in the Philippines for more than 15 years already. We invested in NLEX. We are a concession holder of SETEX, also of Cavitex. And recently, the latest to open, Cavite-Laguna Expressway. We are in the midst also of constructing CCLEX, our Cebu-Cordova Link Expressway, our first expressway in the Visayas, and also in the midst of constructing the NLEX connector project. Our investments in expressways that are already operating or under construction will reach 180 billion pesos. We are serious and enthusiastic about our assigned role as partners of government in the development. But the expressways are not just roads and bridges. Part of the infrastructure are the toll systems that provide the motorists more convenience and safety. Systems like traffic management with CCTV and speed detection and telecommunication network are the most common example. The toll collection system is peculiar to expressways. It slows down traffic as motorists typically decelerate to pay tolls. And yet, it is critical since it facilitates tolling of traffic
Ano bang connection na ginagamit ninyo? Naputol. Ganyan. Is that indicative of what's happening now?
Yan, ma'am. Smart. Smart yan.
Okay, go ahead, please.
We hear the complaints of the motorists. Nagbabayad na nga ng toll, pinahihirapan pa. With us, because of these complaints, look to technological innovation, particularly electronic toll collection, to lessen the pain of toll payments. The RFID is one ETC improvement that expressway operators introduced to streamline tolling. If implemented properly, RFID tolling is 3 times faster than cash payments. RFID system can unclog toll plaza traffic. Adopting RFID is both necessary and timely. It's necessary because it speeds up traffic. It is timely because of the new public health emergency. Because of this and some other reasons, the government mandated cashless tolling to start by December 1. Our efforts to transition to cashless tolling via RFID involve a massive and comprehensive undertaking. 1.28 million RFID stickers had to be installed in a span of less than 4 months. We had to make available 283 RFID lanes in our plazas to our motorists. We also embarked on an intensified communication campaign, procurement of support peripherals, and training of personnel to handle customer problems at the toll lanes. On the first day of cashless tolling on December 1, many motorists experienced long traffic queues in our expressways during peak periods and flooded social media with complaints. Some of the problems were caused by issues in our systems that appeared to have been overwhelmed by the large transaction volumes. We sincerely apologize to our customers and partners for the inconvenience. We particularly would like to personally apologize to Senator Win, Mayor Rex, Senator Joel, Mayor Boy Cruz, and others. They're actually our partners in building expressways, no? Not only for the December 1 inconvenience, but for the past inconveniences. No? There are improvements that have already been made to the system after the first week. There are additional enhancements that are forthcoming this month and next month to make the RFID experience more pleasant. Some of the problems, we would say, could also be considered birth pains. Yung mga motorista natin, naninibago pa sa RFID system, lalo na sa reloading. Because of this, we intensified again our information campaign. We would say that customers are now becoming more adept in managing their RFID accounts, and the operating problems as of today have been reduced significantly. After the first week of birth pains and the adjustments, traffic flow in the toll plazas has improved. While there continues to be system enhancement, the higher RFID use versus cost has visibly benefited the motorists. We no longer, as of today, see long queues during peak hours. Our common vision for the future is to bring the most modern tolling technology to the country. Full RFID tolling is just the first step. We want to see in the second stage an efficient, interoperable, seamless toll collection. And in the final stage, the vision of open road, where there are not only no barriers, but no toll gates at all of our expressways. Madam Chairperson and distinguished senators, we have taken note of Senate Resolution 596 and the earlier related resolutions. We are prepared to respond favorably to any initiative taken by the executive and legislative branches to make expressways even more convenient and safer for our customers. Maraming salamat po sa lahat.
Okay, Mr. Franco,
Yes,
just a few quick questions. Number one, Senator Rex indicated that for many years now, they've been relaying the problems with regards to the issues of the toll plazas. Part of it is the RFID system. Ilang taon na nangyayari itong mga glitches na ito? Bakit hindi ninyo inaksyonan agad? That's the first question.
Opo.
Number two, nung nagkaroon kayo ng consultation, hindi ba ninyo sinabi dun sa executive director na hindi ninyo kakayanin ang implementasyon na to within 3 months? Para naman, kung nasabi ninyo yon, nasabi kay Secretary Tugade, or basically, you were given no choice but to operate immediately the cashless system. And number three, ano ba yung mga ginagamit ninyong RFID machines? Saan ba gawa yun? Sinong gumawa nun? May kumpanya ba kayong kinontrata para dyan? So the first question first, ang tagal-tagal na ng problema. Ngayon lang talaga napansin ng todo-todo dahil sabay-sabay nagdagsaan. Bakit wala kayong ginawa?
Madam Chair, if I may, marami po kaming adjustments na ginawa, but siguro po better I will turn this over to Mr. Luigi Bautista, who is the president of NLEX, our subsidiary, NLEX Corporation, on the specific improvements that had been implemented since the time we started po yung electronic tolling.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Bautista.
With the permission of Madam Chairperson. Good afternoon po. Magandang hapon po sa lahat ng distinguished senators sa committee na po ito. Meron po kami actually presentation materials pero napakahaba po nito.
Huwag na, sagutin mo po yung mga tanong namin.
Opo.
Ano bang nangyayari? Bakit ilang taon na ito, hindi pa rin ninyo na perfecto o malapit sa perfecto ang sistema?
Ang ginawa po natin sa particular po dito sa NLEX, tuloy-tuloy po yung ating pagdadagdag ng RFID lanes magmula noong 2017. Nagdagdag din po tayo ng sistema. Ang tawag po namin ay advanced reading. Ito po yung sistema na 10 meters ka pa lang papunta sa barrier ay bubukas na po yung gate or yung barrier na tinatawag. Nag-adjust din po kami ng aming system. Ang tawag po doon ay dinagdagan namin yung resiliency ng sistema. At ito pong nakaraang taon, bumili po kami ng mga, ang tawag namin ay contactless RFID reader at handheld RFID sticker readers. Yan po yung ginagamit pagka dumaan ka sa toll lane, tapos nagka-problema po yung stickers. At kanina po nabanggit yung Easy Trip, nag-migrate po tayo. Yung DSRC po, ang tawag doon sa sistema na yon, yung Easy Trip, ay sinut down na po namin yon dahil nag-migrate na nga po tayo sa RFID.
Okay,
Po,
so
Madam Chair.
hindi ba ninyo sinabi sa konsultasyon kung anong kakayanan ninyo? Hindi ba ninyo sinabi baka magka-problema kami dito?
Luigi, I'll cover. Madam Chair, if I can answer that question
Yes, Mr. Franco.
Our feeling po sa group namin is that, of course, a little more time will always be beneficial. But we took cognizance of the objective of the department order issued by the Department of Transportation na ang primary purpose is to help stop the transmission of or minimize the transmission of COVID. No? And
Okay,
in fact,
sir, that's okay. You don't have to explain further. So basically, you just accepted it because you feel that the intention is good. Did you
Yes, po.
forewarn them at least and say, this will be the scenario if we go cashless?
We outlined po the things that we needed to achieve in order to reach the cashless status. No? And that included the number of stickers that we need to sell because, as you pointed out kanina, Madam Chair, we are starting from actually below 30% ang usage of RFID in the expressway in our expressways by around August. No? So basically, we're going to be going from 30% to 100% to achieve cashless.
Okay, sir. Sir, did Mr. Salas, Executive Director, ever reach out to your company to explain all of the glitches that they observed with your operations?
Can I ask Mr. Bautista again because he has the one running NLEX po.
Okay. Was there any correspondence sent to your office detailing your shortcomings?
Madam Chair, yung TRB po ay naggagawa ng kanilang audit. Ang pagkakaalam ko po at least once a year.
Can we obtain a copy of your audit reports given to you by the TRB?
Yes, Madam Chair, we can
May
supply
grading system ba yan? 100%? 50%? Anong rating ninyo?
Meron pong mga criteria na ini-evaluate po sila. At bawat criteria po ay meron silang comments. At yung comments po na yun po yung aming ina-address.
Nakapagbayad na ba kayo ng multa? O na-sanction kayo for non-compliance or non-delivery?
Wala pong multa.
So wala pa? Okay.
Wala pa po.
Anong brand ng RFID ang ginagamit ninyo?
Sa kasalukuyan po ay iba-iba. Meron pong 3M na galing sa US. Meron pong tinatawag na Star na galing ng Malaysia.
Bakit iba-iba?
Gawa po ng we were trying to meet the supply because of the increased demand to reach itong 100% po na.
So isn't that causing a problem?
Yun naman pong mga stickers. Yun ang pong
napuputol na naman yung
Madam Chair, yung
Yes,
pong
sir.
yung pong mga stickers bago po dumating dito sa amin ay chine-check doon po sa pinanggalingan. At pagdating po dito sa amin,
okay, kung hindi stickers, yung mismong makina na nagbabasa o yung scanners ninyo, saan gawa? Anong kumpanya?
yung scanner po namin ay gawa sa Malaysia.
Anong pangalan ng kumpanya?
Star po.
So, hindi naman ito dahil sa mumurahin, ano? May problema talaga lang.
Hindi po. Ang sinusubukan po namin gawin ngayon ay nabanggit po kanina. is to test if we can increase the power or the wattage. So ongoing po yung testing na yon.
Kailan matatapos yon?
By the end of this month po ay meron ng resulta. At kung maganda po yung resulta na yon, we will implement it with consultation po sa NTC. Gawa
Okay,
po ng aming approval ngayon, ng aming permit, ay nanggagaling po sa NTC. 4 watts po ang aming clearance, so we would like to increase it to 8 watts.
Kanino galing? Kanino galing ang...
Sa NTC po.
NTC?
National Telecommunication.
Oh, konektado na pala sila dito. Ano, they have to approve the wattage of what? The reader?
The reader po, Madam Chair.
Why do they have to approve it?
Because the product po is getting clearance from NTC.
You mean the equipment, the importation?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. So, kasi meron tax benefits. I see the hand of Senator Gatchalian. You're recognized, sir. Sir, you are on mute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to continue your line of questioning also to NLEX, to Mr. Franco or to Mr. Bautista, marami po kayong statement through your spokesperson na inaamin pong may problema talaga yung sistema. Tama po ba?
Hindi po namin kinailan na nagkaroon ng problema, lalo na nung unang linggo po ng implementation ng cashless tolling.
Pwede nyo bang sabihin ngayon sa buong kahabaan po ng NLEX, na-resolve na ho yung problema sa RFID readers? Can we tell our kababayan sa Bulacan, Pampanga, Central Luzon, na pag dumaan ho kayo dyan, wala na hong problema sa RFID readers ho natin? Pwede po ho natin gawing statement ho yan ngayon?
Ang naibibigay po naming assurance sa lahat, including sa inyo, Senator Win, is that opo, yung performance po ng mga readers natin ay up to the standards already. Hindi naman po natin masasabing 100% na wala ng flaw, no? Wala ng glitches dahil alam po niyo yung RFID system is a telecom system. Kaya pag nagko-communicate, talagang hindi 100% of the time successful yan. But ang level po ng readability namin ngayon is within specs, no? Kaya kung readability ang pag-uusapan, we can give assurance na maayos na po ang performance, as long as maayos din po yung sticker, at alam po namin may problema pang, may adjustment pa doon sa load, no? Yun ang isa pang factor na kino-consider, no? But ibibigay din po naming proof na nag-improve yung system kung bumiyahe po tayo ngayon sa entire NLEX system, no? Yung mga big interchanges natin sa Bukawi po, sa San Fernando, sa Angeles, no? Maayos na po yung traffic flow, wala po tayong nakikitang mahabang queuing, no? So that's proof po na nag-improve ang RFID performance. Nasabi na po kanina kasi kahit may natitira pang mga glitches, mas mabilis po talaga yung processing ng RFID for toll collection kaysa sa cash transactions.
So, Mr. Franco, hindi na ho tayo makakita nung yung tinatawag na chat-chat, no? Atras abante, kasi ganun ho talaga. Kanina pinakita ko sa video, and those videos were sent to Junji. Hindi po ako nagkulang i-report sa kanya. No, kasi ayaw ko na nga umabot sa ganito. Magkakaibigan at partners naman ho tayo. But can you assure us na hindi na ho mangyayari ho yan?
Tama po yun, Senator. Unang-una, alam mo naman yun, matagal tayo magkakapartner sa mga projects na. Pero yung inamin po namin, yung mga pinadala niyo sa aming spokesperson, those happened in the past, no? Nung ang binanggit po ni Luigi kanina, nagkaroon tayo ng adjustment, nag-implement tayo ng advanced reading, yung nagiging cause po kasi ng tsa-tsa na tinatawag dahil mabagal yung pagbasa ng system, no? Kaya naiinip yung motorista, atras abante niya. Ngayon, nung nagkaroon tayo ng advanced reading, malayo pa, nababasa na, umaangat na yung barrier. Hindi po umangat yung barrier, may glitch pa siya, kailangan gagamitin nyo na yung tap card, no, para mabilis, no? Kasi wag nyo nang i-atras abante, that means nag-fail yung pag-read, but kung ilalabas nyo yung card, mabilis naman pong in-implement na rin po natin yung adjustment na yun, kaya nga in anticipation of the cashless tolling transaction, no? So yung card readers and sticker readers na ilagay na po natin yan, no?
Mr. Franco, with all due respect, I can sense ang dami pong caveat yung sagot ho ninyo. But from a consumer standpoint, ang gusto ho namin, magandang serbisyo at magandang experience. And yung meaning ko naman po, may mga times na maayos po naman yung pagbasa. But maraming times rin na hindi ho maganda. At yun lang naman po ang punto ko ho, na yung sistema ho natin, may problema ho talaga, no? At ang gusto ko itanong ho sa inyo, kung mapatunayan po ng TRB na may problema, tatanggapin niyo ba ho yung penalty or even revocation ng iyong agreement kung umabot po sa ganung punto?
Of course, yung amin pong pakikitungo naman sa TRB ay base sa kontrata. Kung meron kami pagkukulang base sa aming concession agreement, ano man ang nararapat na penalty or sanction, of course, tatanggapin namin yan. Alam naman po namin yan. As long as, sabi ko nga, ayon sa concession agreement and sa mga guidelines din or regulations na na-issue ng aming regulator.
Mr. Franco and Mr. Bautista, alam ko meron ho po yung solution sa Valenzuela at nagpapasalamat ho kami at nagkaroon ho kayo ng kasunduan. Hindi man siguro smooth, no, yung paraan, pero at least nagkaroon ho ng kasunduan. At may papakita lang akong slide, Madam Chair. And ito po ay...
Go ahead.
Po sa ibang bansa at ito yung naging solution ho ng Valenzuela. Ito po yung mga barrier-less or barriers-up system na nasabi ni Chairman Gordon earlier in Singapore. Na makikita ho natin, RFID rin ho yan, no? Parehong technology pero walang barrier. Sa Malaysia, ganun rin po. The same, no? Same technology. In fact, baka parehong Malaysian po yung technology ho ninyo. Saka ho dito. Sa San Francisco, ganyan rin po. Sa Massachusetts, ganyan rin po. So hindi ho ito bago no? Hindi bago itong barrier-less technology. At dahil sa mga ayon ho kayo na ito ang solusyon sa Valenzuela, ito po yung naging resulta. Yung papakita ko lang ho ito yung after the signing of the agreement. Magkikita nyo, ito yung kaninang matraffic pero ngayon, wala akong traffic, kumikita pa ho kayo dahil bawat daan ho nila, kinakaltasan ho sila dito. Ngayon, Mr. Bautista and Mr. Franco, nakikita nyo bang solusyon to para hindi na ho tayo magkaroon ng problema sa traffic?
Senator, nabanggit ko po kanina na ang vision namin is talagang open road, tinatawag nating open road tolling na hindi lang walang barrier, wala pang toll plaza, no? Ngayon, tayo po ay nagkaroon ng kasunduan kay Mayor Rex Valenzuela. Ang amin pong pakay dito, ito po ay gawing pilot papunta doon sa hinaharap na open road tolling. Kasi po ang sistema natin ngayon sa mga expressways, hindi pa po sila suitable, matatawag natin, sa high-speed tolling. Kasi yung open road tolling talagang ano na po yan mabilis po yung daan. No? Ibig sabihin, kailangan din pong maglagay ng tamang infrastructure, kailangan maglagay ng tamang technology, at meron din po sa regulatory framework. Kasi pag tinanggal po natin yung barrier, yung violation system improvement natin, yung violation system natin, naglilipat po siya sa mula sa sistema na ang primary violation control mo, yung barrier, ngayon ang magiging violation control mo, hahabulin mo yung motorista kung may mga violation. No? Halimbawa, mayroong hindi sumunod sa batas ng trapiko o kaya kahit hindi nagbayad ng toll. No? So, yun po yung mga kailangang tingnan. Marami pong adjustments, hindi lang po sa operator, hindi lang po sa developer. Meron pong adjustment sa regulation, baka nga po yung legislature makakatulong din. No?
Teka muna. With the indulgence of Senator Gatchalian, in line with this statement of Mr. Franco, sa ngayon kasi tinanggal ninyo yung mga barrier, at least dun sa may Valenzuela area, hindi ba?
Opo.
Okay. Pero balak nyong ibalik kasi hindi pa ready yung sinasabi nyong isang sistema, ano nga tawag doon? Yung
open road po?
Ano po?
Yung open road po yung sistema na gusto nating puntahan.
So ibabalik ninyo yung mga barrier na yan?
Hindi po nasa kasunduan yon. Ang kasunduan po namin kay Mayor Rex ay gawin itong pilot. Parang ito yung pag-aaral towards the next stage.
Okay, so there's no, okay. But then you were saying na yung open road na yan, na system, will take a while. So this study, obviously, once you conclude that it's not cost-effective anymore for the concessionaires, there's a possibility that you will return to the barrier system. Am I correct?
Kung ang pag-aaral po ay ganon ang lumabas na hindi feasible ang barrierless, of course, magre-recommenda po kami. Pero ang iba po kasi yung sistema sa Valenzuela, mas madali siyang i-implement dito dahil ang Valenzuela po, unang-una nasa tinatawag naming closed system. No? Open system po. So sa section ng Valenzuela, isa lang po yung barrier. Yung pag-closed system na tinatawag, where yung tolling mo is based on distance, dalawa ang barrier mo. Pagpasok, mayroong barrier. Paglabas mo, may barrier para makukompute po yung distance. No? But in the Valenzuela area, because it's part of the open system, isa lang yung barrier mo. Pagpasok mo lang.
Now, in other toll systems that you operate, you still have the barrier system. Am I correct?
We have in all toll systems. Yes, we have the barrier.
So is it still traffic in those areas that employ the barrier system?
As of now po, hindi na ganun ka-traffic. No?
Anong nangyari? Anong ginawa nyo? In-upgrade niyo yung mga makina nyo? Inayos niyo yung readers nyo?
Opo, the same improvements po. But caveat lang po, yung traffic kasi sa ibang expressway namin, hindi kasing taas ng traffic sa NLEX.
Okay. Meron kayong IRR sa DOTR na nagsasabi, should the system malfunction cause extraordinary queuing length of 1 kilometer for Class 1 and 2 vehicles and 1.2 kilometers for Class 3 vehicles approaching the toll plaza, the toll barrier shall be raised for at least 5 minutes, allowing vehicles toll-free pass-through until the traffic flow normalizes. Are you employing this method?
That's being undertaken po. Not only during this, by the way po, it's not only during this cashless transaction implementation. Even the time na nagkaroon ng infection sa aming personnel, ginagawa po namin yan. Tinataas namin yung
Kaso
barrier.
I guess maybe you have to increase the time by more than just 5 minutes, because obviously if you were employing this, those entangled parked vehicles there wouldn't have increased that much.
Yep.
So, abaan po ninyo yan. Next.
Okay,
Some motorists with easy trip RFID accounts cannot even check their balance online for unauthorized transactions. When will the issue of malfunctioning defective easy trip applications be addressed?
That's been addressed na po. In the first week, medyo inundated talaga yung app saka yung website. No? But we've done some adjustments already. In-offload yung ibang database. In other words, we freed up capacity. No? So the accessibility of the app and the website is now a lot better.
Okay, please submit to us, okay, the improvements you've done since this issue happened. And
Okay.
then also with your new open flow system that you propose, what is your timeline? Senator Gatchalian, thank you for your indulgence. Please continue.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just to close on this topic of open system, I beg to differ with Mr. Franco. Kung nagawa ho sa Valenzuela, sigurado po kaya ho gawin yan sa buong kahabaan ng NLEX at sa iba pang sistema ng Metro Pacific Tollways. Hindi lang ho dapat Valenzuela ang nakikinabang ho sa ganitong convenient na sistema. Dapat to si Mayor Boy ng Giginto, nakikinabang rin. Si Senator Joel ng Bukawi, nakikinabang rin ho. Hindi ho ako naniniwala na hindi ho kaya yan. Dahil yung teknolohiya na yan, ginagawa na sa ibang bansa. No? Ginagawa na ho yan, hindi ho yan bago at meron hong paraan. Kaya Mr. Franco, ang aking request ay ipagpatuloy na ho natin to sa iba pang mga exits ho natin at para po makinabang lahat. Dahil nagbabayad naman ho kami ng toll sa inyo at hindi ho mura yung binabayad namin. No? Mahal, 53 pesos. So, ang aking pananaw ho dito, gamitin na ho natin yung pinakabagong teknolohiya. Hindi ho kagaya ng sinabi ng ating chair na yung lumang teknolohiya po yung ginagamit ho natin. At yan din po yung nasabi ni Secretary Tugade kahapon. Meron ho siyang statement yesterday night na pag-aaralan na ho itong pagtanggal ng barrier. At yun nga ho ang gusto ko itanong kay Secretary Tugade, sana ho, Sec, hindi na ito maiwan sa pag-aaral. Gawin na ho natin to. No? Dahil nandyan na ho tayo eh. No? So ang aking request kay Secretary na huwag nating tigilan sa pag-aaral, kundi i-implement na ho natin para ho sa kumbinyente ng ating mga motorista.
I give you my word, sir, hindi ko titigilan yan. Nag-uusap na ako kami ni General Manager Jojo. Talagang pagtutulakan po namin yan, Honorable Senator Gatchalian.
Okay. Senator Gatchalian, may I continue with, or are you done?
Yes, ma'am. I'm done po.
Thank
Madam
you,
Chair.
Senator. Hold on, Senator Nancy. Senator Gatchalian, thank you for getting a firm commitment from our good secretary with regards to the barriers. I think that this will also motivate the concessionaire to improve on their technology so that they won't be losing money with their inferior readers. Obviously, kung gusto nilang kumita, dapat maayos ang kanilang makina. Hindi naman pwedeng palpak yung kanilang mga makina tapos gagamitin pa rin nila yung lumang sistema at kikita pa rin sila. So give and take po tayo dito. Now, I want to know from after Senator Nancy, I want to hear from SMC. I'm glad na wala silang masyadong ganong problema katulad ng NLEX dito sa SLEX, pero kailan ang interoperability ninyo? Senator Nancy, go ahead with your questions, please.
Madam Chair, I just have one question. Kasi as we move towards this system, yung cashless, meron ho bang displacement of workers for both NLEX and SLEX? Kasi alam naman ho natin ngayon, wala nang maniningil, di ba? So, mawawalan ho ba sila ng trabaho?
Madam Chair, can we answer for NLEX or for the Metro Pacific group?
Yes, please.
For us po in the Metro Pacific group, what we are prioritizing now is the retraining of our employees who will be affected by the removal of cash transactions in our toll plazas. Alam naman natin magbabago na ang profile ng job content ng mga empleyado. Even yung mga maiiwan sa toll plaza, primarily ang toll plaza transactions kasi meron ng technology content. So it's no longer putting a premium on fast toll collection processing. So what we've done, actually nag-umpisa na po tayo dito. Nire-retrain natin yung mga employees to retool their skills, no? To enable them to transition to other jobs, not only within NLEX, but within the entire Metro Pacific Tollways Group and also within the entire Metro Pacific Group. Alam naman natin may iba pa kaming companies within the group. So yun po yung priority. Ongoing yung programa na yon, tinutulungan din namin sila yung gustong lumipat na ng ibang function dahil ayaw nila yung bagong job content, yung bagong job description nila. Tinutulungan din po natin sila with outplacement, and as we said, tutulungan natin silang mailagay sa maayos, no? At ang assurance po ng grupo namin, kung meron man na gustong na maaaring hindi na ma-accommodate sa mga bagong positions, they will get far more than what is required under the law. No? We will follow and make sure that they are happy with their situation.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And Madam Chair, sa SMC naman, is it the same effort?
Good afternoon. May be recognized. For SMC, they will be moved to other functions, of course, or other projects, or if they prefer to leave the company because of the change, they will also be accorded the same as provided for by law.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. And it's good to hear na kahit papaano inaalagaan nyo pa rin yung mga empleyado na maaapektuhan with this new system. Yun lang po. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you for pondering that question, Senator Nancy. Very quickly, since Senator Nancy brought it up, from MPTC and San Miguel Corporation, MPTC first, how many employees do you have in the toll booth collection system, and how many will be affected by the transition to cashless?
Ang total po na employees namin sa mga toll booths, around 715. Sila po yung apektado ng cashless transaction. That's in the entire Metro Pacific Tollways Group.
Okay, again, how many? I'm sorry, I missed it.
715 po, 715.
750. San Miguel, how many do you have?
Madam Chair, we have almost about 2,000. Kasi marami ho kami toll gates, toll plazas.
Sino nagsasalita?
Sorry po, Madam Chair, I am Manny Bonoan po of South Tollways Corporation.
How many do you have again, Mr. Bonoan?
More than 2,000 po.
Bakit ang laki ng disparity? 2,000 sa inyo, 750 lang yung...
Because we have actually a total of 369 toll lanes actually, and this is 369 toll lanes at the moment, Madam Chair, and this is manned 24 hours.
Okay, MPTC, I'm sorry, MPTC, the 750 employees, this is only for NLEX?
Primarily sa NLEX lang po yan.
But kasama din yung ibang mga toll areas nyo?
Maliit lang po yung number ng toll personnel namin, mga less than 100 po in the other.
Oh, doon naman, so ilan ang toll booths nyo total? na minamanage niyo sa Luzon?
377 po.
So you have 377 toll booths and 750 employees, whereas San Miguel has 369 toll booths but with 2,000 employees. Tama ba yon?
Madam Chair, this includes, Manny Bonuan ulit po, this includes actually yung mga ambulant tellers namin that we have actually employed because of before the cashless program, during the cash transactions po, we need to employ yung mga ambulant tellers to take care of yung payments at the queue.
Kaya pala siguro hindi siguro nagta-traffic masyado sa inyo. Meron kayong, ha?
Para ma-expedite po yung payment actually during the cash transactions, Madam Chair.
See, there you go. Kaya
Madam
pala
Chair?
mas... Who's speaking?
Ma'am, si Rex Gatchalian ho.
Okay, Mayor Rex.
Ma'am, before you move on, if I can just add, no, with all due respect to the NLEX people, the very same reason that Mr. Franco gave Senator Sherwin kanina were pretty much the same reason they were giving me when they didn't want to do the barriers up here in Valenzuela. Mahaba ho yan, litanya ho yan. Narinig ko na ho yung sagot na yan. Pero in the end, after the 9-day standoff ho namin, if you want to call that, finally, pwede na pala sa Valenzuela. At ang tawag na nila sa amin, pilot. Pero nung una kaming nag-uusap niyan, they were giving me the same litany of reasons that they just gave Senator Sherwin. So, bottom line, narinig ko na ho yan, pero kung gugustuhin, kaya naman ho talaga ng current system. Kasi that's what happened in Valenzuela. Ma'am, that's all. I just wanted to put that on the table.
Thank you for bringing that up. Kasi syempre, Mayor Rex, tama kayo. They'll try to resist because they don't also trust their technology to do the proper reading. And they will lose money doing that. But I'm glad that Mr. Franco has taken into consideration the hardships being borne by our drivers. As suggested by Senator Sherwin, baka naman yung mga ibang parte sa Bulacan ay mapagbigyan na rin at tanggalin na rin itong mga barrier na to. So, wag na natin, hindi ko na iintayin yung reaction nyo, Mr. Franco. Pero pagka nagbara-bara doon, we will expect no less from you as well. If you were able to do this in Valenzuela, you will find a way to ease the suffering also of our other drivers going to other parts of Bulacan, etc. So, ngayon, finally, makapunta na tayo sa SMC ulit. Saan ba, kailan, nag-uusap na ba kayo para sa interoperability at anong target dates ninyo para mapatakbo ito?
Madam Chair, Manny Bonuan po ulit of South Tollways Corporation po.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have been working it out with our counterparts dito sa NLEX on the interoperability program of the government, the OTR actually. And we have set already, we have been in constant dialogue with them on how to proceed actually, because especially now, we started with our interoperability activities even 2 years ago, no? But we have encountered some technical glitches along the way, especially on the readability of our stickers, no? And so once again, I think we are embarking in another interoperability activity that has been agreement that has been actually signed a few weeks ago, and our timeline is actually to come up with some initial results in 2 weeks' time, actually, Madam Chair. So this would be actually towards probably the middle of January, as we observe actually how the cashless program is taking place in both facilities, Madam Chair.
Also ganito, in 2 weeks' time, you will conduct an evaluation. So you'll test it.
Yes.
And then sometime middle January, you will be able to come up with an assessment of that test period.
Yes, Madam Chair.
So in the middle of January, you will also be able to determine what the glitches are and give us a better timeline.
There will be some recommendations on how whatever would be the results of the observations and the tests, then we will continue to look further on how we can adjust in fact, this is only for the readability of our stickers, Madam Chair, no? And this is what we are going to adjust every now and then, no? If there would still be necessary adjustments that have to be made.
Actually, diba, sir, there is a distinct marking in barcodes for each sticker, and it also indicates what company holds the value for that sticker. So I'm sure it's a program, it's an app that can read both and assign where payment should be sent. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's a simple way of explaining it. I don't understand why it would take that long. I guess if the stickers themselves are deficient and it's hard to read, that's where the problem lies. Deficient stickers to begin with. Now, what you're telling me is that you cannot really tell kung kailan talaga magiging interoperable. Di pa ninyo alam. Can you give a conservative estimate? Will it be 100% running middle of next year? Para sumasakit na yung ulo niyo, Mr. Bonoan. Kailangan ba ninyo ng referee para mag-usap ang dalawang kampo tungkol sa inyong pagkakasundo dito? Kailan ito magiging viable?
In fact, Madam Chair, actually in our recent agreement with the testing protocols, there will be a steering committee actually that will be created to oversee actually how we will do actually our test protocols and our testing on both facilities, no? And we will probably come up with some recommendations afterwards. May I just point out, Madam Chair, that as far as the South Tollways are concerned, actually, we now have a readability of 98%. No? Our reading rate in our expressways is 98%. Without any intervention at all. No? It's without any intervention at all. When I say 98%, that means that when a vehicle reaches the toll barrier, it opens automatically when you have good sticker and you have the load. Then 98% of these are actually 98% you will be read. And this probably will be the standard that we are trying to aim for. If the stickers of the NLEX will be read in the same manner as our standard now at 98%, then I think the interoperability can be made sooner or later.
So pero wala nga kayong hindi nyo ma-estimate, ano? Kasi hindi naman ninyo kontrolado yung sa kabila, di ba? Okay, so at least no, I don't want to pressure you to give me a date just so you could. I appreciate your being careful to overcommit. But at least, pag tinanong kami ng tao, kailan yan magiging ready, sabihin natin yung totoo. Yung totoo, hindi pa natin alam sapagkat kailangan pang pag-aralan yung reliability ng stickers ng bawat grupo. At yung sa inyo, napatunayan yung 98% reliable, yung sa kabila, ewan ko kung ina, pero alam natin yun ang problema. So dapat ayusin muna nila yung kanilang problema para mas umusad itong interoperability. Now, I would like to ask DOTR or the Toll Regulatory Board, kasi meron sinasabi sila sa penalties that the toll body will determine penalties for violations of the concessionaire, but it does not have a schedule of penalties. Do you have a schedule of penalties that coincides with a particular violation or negligence on the part of the concessionaire? So, balik tayo siguro kay Executive Director Sales. Nagbigay na ba kayo ng multa? Nagbigay na ba kayo ng suspension bago pa lang nangyari itong issue na to?
Madam Chair, Benny Reynoso from DOTR.
Sino po?
Benny Reynoso po, DOTR.
Okay, Yusek Reynoso, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, Madam Chair, as I said in the December 9th special board meeting of the board when this problem crops up, we already gave instructions to the toll regulatory board, to the toll regulatory board technical staff, to draft a resolution imposing specific penalties for violation by the concessionaire. And as soon as these are deliberated by the board, we will publish this, and this will be implemented in accordance with the powers cited by the honorable senators of the board to impose these specific sanctions. Right now, we must admit there are no specific sanctions and there are no specific penalties, except some general statements on the toll operations agreement that we have the authority to do so. But again, Madam Chair, moving forward, we will now impose specific penalties and sanctions for the violations of the toll operators in the performance of their duties and responsibilities consistent with the minimum performance standards and specifications of tollway operation.
Okay, Mr. Reynoso, thank you po. But you know what? I don't want to fault. I'm not saying that you should impose a penalty for this cashless system dry run without taking into consideration that the DOTR also and the toll regulatory body imposed the deadline without properly evaluating the capability of the concessionaires. But having said that, in the past, as already relayed by Mayor Rex and Mayor Cruz and the other mayors, there's been already a problem again and again. So there had been violations, there had been shortcomings. Wala bang binigay kayo, Mr. Sales? Ilang taon na po kayong executive director?
4 years po. 4 years.
4 years. In the 4 years, did they pay a single penalty?
Wala po sa NLEX po. Wala.
Oh, okay. So obviously, hindi kayo gumagawa ng trabaho niyo ng tamang evaluation. Kasi ang daming reklamo, wala man lang penalty kayong binibigay. Di ba nakalagay sa IRR nyo that a penalty will be imposed? Meron ba kayong schedule of penalties o you just decide on a whim?
Sa ngayon po, wala po. Yung mga bagong...
Ay nako, hindi bale na. Wala. So kaya pala palpak yung pagpapatakbo niyo. May I ask for your qualification? Ano po ang naging trabaho ninyo o ang inyong kompetensya para maging executive director ng TRB?
Civil engineer po with master's degree po sa construction. With experience sa expressway operation po in the past. Kasama po sa naging trabaho ko po yun. And contracts.
Kaya nga eh. So I mean, it's good to know that you have the necessary background. Kasi engineer naman po pala kayo, tapos may experience kayo sa ganyan. Eh kaso, di man lang ninyo na nabigyan ng pagkakataon yung concessionaire na itama yung mga mali na ginagawa nila dahil hindi ninyo binibigyan ng consequences yung mga trabaho nilang palpak eh. So anyway, that's I don't, you're being the scapegoat now in a way because it seems that the incompetence also points to you. So it's easy to make you the scapegoat because you're also culpable. Meron ka rin talagang pagkakasala. Pero hindi naman lahat ikaw. Dahil kahit naman sa Toll Regulatory Board, ang daming mga miyembro dyan. Ikaw lang talaga yung dapat na nagbibigay ng report sa kanila at sila naman dapat sine-check sa'yo kung ano talagang nangyayari. Now, I see the hand of, before I recognize Senator Win, nakita ko si Mayor Cruz. Meron yatang gustong idagdag. Mayor Cruz, ano po ang kayo po?
Madam Chair, considering po doon sa savings, doon sa personnel expenses ng mga operator, pangalawa po, yung pong pag sa transfer sa RFID, ang ini-estimate po namin yan, mga more or less, mga 2 million po yon. On the average po, mga 500 na magiging laman nun. So we're talking of almost 1 billion. Nung kausap ko po ang NLEX, ang sabi nila, pwede sila pwedeng pag-aralan na magbigay sila ng incentive. Pero sa ngayon siguro, ang iniisip po natin, baka po ma-consider ng TRB to doon sa possible reduction ng toll fees. Para sa ganon, yung savings sila sa personnel at saka yung pera po na ma-generate dito sa migration sa RFID, which is, ang estimate po namin mga 1 billion at least baka po ito ma-translate in terms of reduction ng toll fees. Yun lang po. At meron pa kaming ibang concern, Madam Chair, papadala ko na lang po sa inyo yung position paper kasi po ito hindi kasama rito. Dahil ito po ito yung reopening ng aming entry exit dito po sa bayan ng Giginto. Yun lang po, Madam Chair, at maraming po salamat.
Mayor, salamat po. Ano pong savings ito? Savings ng...
Kasi po, lahat po nung RFID on the average, ang pinaka-balance po niyan, hawak-hawak nila mga 500 pesos Yung mga 2 million po ito, edi 1 billion pesos po ito. Napakalaki pera po nito na mapupunta po sa system nila. Pangalawa po, nagkaroon sila ng savings dito sa pagpapasweldo ng mga tao. So in the end, malaki po yung ma-generate na savings on the part of the concessionaire. Baka po ito ma-translate in terms of reduction ng toll fees or ang usapan po namin dati ng NLEX, pag-aaralan nila yung possible na incentive. Ibig sabihin po, iba yung presyo ng cash at iba po yung mid-discount yung RFID.
Okay po.
Baka po at tinitingnan po natin ngayon yung possible na reduction na lang ng toll fees.
Sige po, we will put that also in our committee report, a possible appeal to the DOTR to negotiate on the behalf of the drivers if they can get an additional discount. Thank you for bringing it up, Mayor Cruz. Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, thank you for your patience. Your turn, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just to again continue on your questioning on the interoperability. Tama ho kayo, Madam Chair. Kasi yung MOA, it was signed September 15, 2017. And specified in the MOA that within 30 days, the TWGs, 3 TWGs will be formed. And after 6 months, the timetable will be promulgated after the signing of the MOA. At 2017 na ho yung Madam Chair, but obviously 2020 na ho ngayon, lampas-lampas na sa 6 months, wala pa tayong timetable. So, ang tanong, bakit ho nagkaganon? Ang tingin ko ho, yung nagkulang ho dito yung bastonero ng TWG. At ang chairman po ng TWG, all three, is DOTR. So dapat po talagang ibaston ho ito mabuti at to make sure na gumagalaw po yung mga members ho nito. Kung hindi ho tayo talagang matatapos because it's already been 3 years after the signing of the MOA. So my point here is, Madam Chair, is for Secretary Tugade to crack the whip. No, because we've been remiss in the timetables already and the MOA is actually, wala na hong kwenta itong MOA, toilet paper na ho ito dahil lampas-lampas na ho sa mga provisions prescribed under the MOA. And then second, Madam Chair, you mentioned earlier on the schedule of penalties. You're also correct, ma'am, dahil sa STOA, sa concession agreement, it was also mentioned there about performance standards. No, ang tanong ko po kay Executive Director, meron na ba ho tayong performance standards for the toll operators to be measured?
The Madam Chairman.
Okay, who's speaking?
Mr. Salis po, Mr. Salis.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Meron po tayong performance standards po, not specific for NLEX. But for the adjacent SCTEX po, na the same system naman po yung ginagamit. Then we are discussing sa technical working group po in connection with yung imposition po ng penalties that yung adoption po nung tinatawag na performance standards because there are some concerns also on the legal sides of that, Mr.
Hindi very simple ang tanong kung meron ba tayong performance standards for NLEX?
Wala pong specific po.
Ay, wala rin po. Wala tayong schedule of penalties, wala rin tayong performance standards for NLEX. Paano natin masasabi kung ang NLEX ay magaling o hindi magaling?
Ang reference po natin yung industry-wide po na ina-adapt po ng ibang expressways. Na yung mga huling kontrata po, meron na po.
Kaya nga ho, ED, kaya ho tayo nandito, may problema ho tayo dahil hindi ho natin na-measure yung performance ng NLEX. And kayo mismo ho, who is the regulator, should be measuring them. Kaya ho tayo pinag-iikutan ho nitong mga concessionaire dahil alam nila hindi natin binabantayan.
Secretary Tugade is recognized.
May I make a manifestation on two issues raised?
With the permission of Senator Gatchalian, would you allow Secretary Tugade's manifestation?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
Una po, doon sa Technical Working Group Interoperability, tama ho yun. Nabuisit ho ako dyan, kaya nagpalit ho ako ng membership para itulak yung interoperability. Kaya nga po, dahil sa pag-change ng composition ng Technical Working Group, nagkaroon po tayo ng Memorandum of Agreement between the two operators of NLEX and SCTEX. Talagang matagal ho yan. Number two, nabanggit ko ho sa opening remarks ko kanina, yung tinatawag na failure of implementation and failure of leadership. Tama ho, yung dalawang portion na yun, na kung saan una, yung key standards of performance, wala po yan at yan ho, ang ipinipilit kong dapat gawin sa lalong madaling panahon ng Board of Directors ng TRB. Kaakibat ho niyan, kailangan magkaroon ng standard of penalties. The absence of the key performance indicators and the absence of the sanctions and penalties are expressions of the failure of enforcement and failure of implementation. Madam Chair, the Honorable Senator.
Secretary, sinong leadership tinutukoy nyo? You said failure of leadership. Whose leadership?
Yung head po ng TRB, yung executive director, among others.
Secretary Tugade, ilang taon si Yusek Reynoso po ba? Ilang taon na ninyong representative? Kasi sabi nga ninyo, dami ninyong inaasikaso, dami ninyong kailangan intindihin. So tuwing may meeting, ang pinapadala nyo, madalas, si Yusek Reynoso. So anong designation ni Yusek Reynoso and how many years has he been assigned to attend to the concerns of the tollways?
Siya po ang talaga naging representative ko sa TRB nung sumama siya sa DOTR. Kaninang umaga ho, Madam Senator, sinabi ko sa kanya, napapalitan ko rin siya na representative ko sa TRB.
Ilang taon na po niyang ginagawa ito?
Oh?
Ilang taon na po si Yusek Reynoso?
3 years po.
Asos, 3 years na pala. So, eksakto dun sa 2017. So, okay.
Nabanggit ko po kanina, Madam Chair, sa kanya, na I have to put a new representative in TRB na papalitan mo siya. Kaninang umaga ko po na nabanggit sa kanya yan. Do you confirm, Mr. Reynoso?
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Are you going to assign him elsewhere?
What?
Will you be assigning Yusek Reynoso elsewhere in the department?
He's the head of the planning department of the OTR, hindi lang po sa TRB.
Okay. Well, hopefully he's not also falling short of his what's expected of him in other areas of the department.
In fact, matagalo siya sa NEDA, saka sa ilang years yun?
42 years po sa NEDA, 3 years.
42 years po sa NEDA, at nung nag-retire po siya doon, I offered and asked him to join me.
Okay, so Yusek Reynoso, obviously you have the experience having served for many years in government. Please assess yourself. Where do you think you failed in this issue? What should you have done that might have rectified the problem or might have prevented it to begin with? Is it a lack of communication with the secretary? Are you lacking in your initiative to submit reports? Or do you feel like the secretary just wasn't paying attention to you? Ano bang anong naging problema? Bakit hindi kayo naging matagumpay sa assignment nyo dito?
And earlier, Madam Chair, yung mga problema na yan, hindi naman nakakarating sa board eh. Until after we have this full cashless implementation in December 1. No, after 1 week, na-notice siya, that's why the board met for special to discuss the matters. No, but in the past, wala naman pong problema dyan. Most of the issues that crop up before is some of the arbitration that were filed by the toll operators because of the supposed to be failure of the toll regulatory board to act on the petition for toll rate adjustment. So yun ho, na-address na ho namin yun, namin yun, ano? But insofar as the board is concerned, for as long as the board is aware of any issues or problems, the board immediately meets and tries to resolve and dispose of the problem.
So, but you're the one that's supposed to relate to the board what the problems are. So unless it becomes a full-blown issue, the other glitches, you did not make an effort to relate to the board that there is an existing issue on the efficiency of the concessionaires.
Madam Chair, the board is mostly involved in policy directions. No, we are not involved. The board is not involved on the day-to-day activities of the TRB. No, the TRB management is involved with the day-to-day, not the board.
No, but then I know that. But then, if it's the day-to-day being evaluated by the executive director and not the board is still responsible for the executive director if he's not doing his job. Di ba?
We always invite the attention of the executive director for any shortcomings that may be noticed by the board.
Well, anyway, okay. So I see I see more or less I have a partial picture of where the failure is. It's basically coordination also among the TRB board members and the ones that does the day-to-day operations. In short, hindi tinatanong ng board dahil policy lang kami. Pero paano ka gagawa ng policy kung hindi mo alam ang feedback ng mga nasa baba? Diba? So medyo malabo yung parte na yon. Anyway, I would like to, before I close, I would like to hear again if maybe Mayor Rex wants to give a closing or any senators would like to have follow-up questions. Okay, so Senator Sherwin first and then anybody else?
Madam Chair, before we close, Madam Chair, there's a pending item, Madam Chair, the sense of the Senate that we have filed and approved, PS Resolution 596, expressing the sense of the Senate to strongly urge the Department of Transportation and its attached agency to immediately suspend the implementation Department Order 2020-12. So I just want to get a clear answer from the good secretary as to his reaction to this sense of the Senate.
With the permission of the chair.
Yes, thank you for pondering the question, Senator Gatchalian. Secretary Tugade.
Nabanggit ko, nagkaroon ng unang extension from November 2 to December 1. At nagkaroon ho ako ng kautusan at panununtunan bago mag-December 2 na kung saan, sabi ko, huwag alisin yung cash vote, huwag ipagbawal yung cash payment. Ayun ho yung una. Pangalawa ho, sinabi ko na payagan yung mga walang RFID na dumaan. Pangatlo ho, sinabi ko walang fine, walang aresto, walang penalty. Ang ibig kong sabihin, pinapalawig ko ho yung period na status ko ngayon. Bakit ho pinili yung ganyang approach? Pasingtabi na lang ho at patawarin niyo ako. Instead of saying a definite day, kasi ho ina-address ko yung tinatawag na manyani habit, yung procrastination, yung pahabol. Pag sinabi ko hong Abril, baka sasabihin nila gagawin ng Abril. Kaya nga ho, ginagawa ko yung open window for a continued existence of the status quo. In effect, there is a virtual panlalawig doon sa department order, doon po sa cashless transaction. Submitted po your Honorable Chairman and Honorable
Okay.
Senator.
Senator Gatchalian, I'm sorry if I may ask also, Secretary Tugade. Well, I think the question of Senator Gatchalian is, itong Department Order number 12, if I'm not mistaken, basically says cashless system. Now you're saying there's some compromises now that you have allowed, like walang aresto, pag pinapalawag yung status quo, pwedeng dumaan kahit walang sticker. Anyway, my point is, Secretary, hindi ba dapat meron kang, alam ko yung sinasabi mo na huwag tayong last minute palagi, no, na naghahabol. So you have to acclimate the public, and it's better that they know that there's going to be this change. But shouldn't you have another department order specifying certain allowances that you are giving in the time being, and moving forward, still reiterating that we will go cashless, but these are the steps we are undertaking now para lang malinaw sa ating mga concessionaires, sa ating operators, pati na rin sa mga drivers. Hindi ba dapat in writing din po ang department order na yan, clarifying Department Order 12?
I see the point of the Honorable Chairwoman. We will comply, Madam.
Thank you, Secretary Tugade, for your cooperation. So, Senator Win is recognized once again.
And lastly, Madam Chair, thank you for that clarification, Secretary. Secretary, on the ground, kasi to be honest, di naman ho nila binabasa yung department order. No, I don't think the drivers read the department orders. If they do, I don't think they can fully appreciate it, no, because it's very technical. So the simple message to them is may extension indefinitely. Tama po ba, Secretary?
Ayun ho yung effect nung ginawa ko, natuloy yung cash boot. Yun ho yung effect na ginawa ko, walang penalty, walang fine. Yun ho yung effect ng ginawa ko na sinabi kong sige-sige lang yung RFID. Kaya wala sa penalty, wala akong nanguhuli in relation to RFID violation.
Thank you, Secretary. And lastly, Madam Chair, kagabi po pinanood ko si Secretary Tugade at si Pangulo. Alas 12:30 na ho ako natulog. At pinanood ko at pinakinggan ko siya mabuti.
Actually, Senator Win, lagpas yata sa alas 12 yung tulog niyo kagabi. Sige, go ahead.
I-replay ko yun.
Kasi nagtatrabaho ka pa eh. Tinetext mo pa kami ng mga feedback mo eh. Sige po.
Ito po yung sinabi ng Pangulo, and I just want to flash it on the slide. Sabi yung regulator ang inutil. I don't think you really know what regulator means. That's the problem. If I see other glitches there, another fiasco, alis na kayong lahat dyan at ilagay ko na lang sa isang tao. Yung kagaguhan ninyo would reflect on us. So ito po very strong statement from our President at nakita niya ho yung pagkukulang po at inamin niya po yung pagkukulang ng gobyerno at yung pagkukulang po ng TRD ho dito. Gusto ko lang makuha yung reaction ni Executive Director dito po sa statement ng ating Pangulo, kung ano po yung kanyang pananaw dito. Does he agree or he doesn't agree, or ano po yung kanyang pananaw?
Honorable Senator, Madam Chairman, before I yield to the Executive Director, may I make a manifestation? Short lang ho.
Go ahead, Secretary Tugade.
Kanina umaga ho, dahil lang sa sinabi ng ating mahal na Pangulo, Mayor President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, humingi ako ng agarang pagpupulong ng mga USEC ko kasama na yung LTFRB. At inulit ko ho yung sinabi ng ating Pangulo, yung konklusyon, yung kagaguhan ninyo is reflecting on us. Sinabi ko, it is reflecting on the President, it is reflecting on me. Something has got to be done. Sinabi ko kaninang umaga yon at halinawang huwag i-deny na nangyari ho yung kaninang umaga at 10 o'clock. Kasi ho, binigyan ko ng importansya talaga yung sinabi ng ating mahal na Pangulo, Mayor President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, kagabi ho. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Gusto ko ho makuha yung reaction ni ED kung sang-ayon siya ho dito o hindi siya sang-ayon at ano pa yung kanyang komento.
Ang masabi ko lang po, ito pong una-una po, ang programa po na kinatupad po ng Young Department Order naman na po yan. May mga positive naman po na resulta at dahil po dyan, umabot na po sa 90% po o shall we say in average po 80 to 90% na po yung gumagamit po ng RFID at yan naman po ay nakatulong po sa pagpapaluwag po ng traffic po dyan sa expressway. Ngayon, yun pong naging sitwasyon po dyan sa Valenzuela, dahil po yun dun po sa paglalagay po ng mga stickering lane po sa mga plaza po. Yan, nakasikip po dun sa takbo po ng mga traffic po dun sa mga plaza, yun po, ang binulot, nagka-traffic po. Kaya nung tinanggal po yan, nakita naman yun po yung resulta, maluwag na po ngayon at minomonitor po namin yan. Yun naman po tungkol po dito sa statement na to, nung umaga po, nung nakita ko po yan, nakipag-text naman po ako kay Secretary at humingi po ako ng dialogo po sa kanya at kami naman po ay nakapag-uusap. Ang humingi po ako ng payo, nasa sa inyo na po yan, kung ano po payo nyo. At yun naman po meron po kaming usapan, katulad po na sabi niya, narinig po nung ibang mga kasamahan po namin dito. Mr. Madam.
Hindi, meron na rin hong meron na rin hong payo si Presidente. Nakita ko dyan.
Teka, Senwin, ano yung sinasabi ni Executive Director? Humihingi siya ng payo kanino?
Kay Secretary po, humihingi po ako ng payo. At kasi po, ang sinabi ko rin po, may mga iba pong trabaho po kami dyan sa Regulatory Board na kailangan din pong bigyan po ng pansin sa ngayon pong panahon na to. Napakarami pong kailangan pong bigyan po ng pansin na kailangan pong isaayos. Kaya
Pero, okay, so ano naman ang payo sa inyo ni Secretary?
Madam Chair, may I speak?
Yes, Secretary, go ahead.
Ang sinabi ko kanina, Executive Director, you do not tell me what you do things right because there is such a thing as a evaluation on a totality performance rule. The President has spoken. I have spoken even before I met with the President. On the record po yan at inulit ko. Meron ho kami mga pinag-usapan kanina. Kung maaari lang po, please give us time, Madam Chair, to mull over the things which we have talked about in the presence of the other undersecretaries of the OTR.
Okay, I don't want to embarrass anybody. We just need to know if steps are being taken to rectify the situation. All right, Senator.
Madam Chair, just to close, dahil nabanggit to ni ED yung payo, and I listened to the statements of the President, and sinabi niya rin kagabi, I think this is the best advice. I have to weed out incompetence, listen very carefully. I do not want you becoming a dead wood. If you cannot perform what is expected of you, then the best you can do for decency's sake, resign and do not wait to be fired because masakit yan, mapahiya ka. And ako, wala akong personalan, but alam niyo, matagal na ho itong pagdurusa ho namin sa Valenzuela. Pinakita ko kanina yung video, hindi lang ho isang gabi ho yun. Marami ho yun since 2017. At nakakalungkot, umabot ho tayo sa ganitong punto. Pero talagang sana maintindihan nyo kami na kami po yung nahihirapan dahil kami po yung dumadaan dyan araw-araw. At dismayado ho kami sa performance po ng mga ehensya na tinalaga ho na magbantay sa interest po ng taong bayan. At yan po yung tinatawag nating regulator. So, Madam Chair, thank you very much for this hearing and thank you very much for giving us this venue to echo not only as a senator but also as a motorist that passes the NLEX on a regular basis. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Win. Before I suspend this hearing, I would like to give voice to the people who are experiencing this. And I think that the first one who spoke about this in behalf of his constituents and also...
Thank you for inviting me. Siguro una, ngayon sa Valenzuela maluwag na ho. Pero I beg to disagree doon sa ending statement ni TRB Executive Director na dahil inalis yung stickering doon sa toll plaza. Hindi po. Naging maluwag ho dahil ininsist ng Valenzuela na dapat barriers up po tayo. Parehas ho kami ng sentimento ni Secretary Tugade na importante yung barriers up kasi doon talaga na unbottle yung bottleneck. Maluwag ho sa Valenzuela City, hindi ho dahil sinabi ng TRB na alisin yung mga stickering doon. Yung stickering na yon, tinanggal ho yon dahil yung MMDA na, sila GM Jojo, yung patuloy na nakipagtalo para nakipag-ugnayan sa DOTR para alisin yon. It wasn't TRB, to be fair about it. We have to give credit where credit is due and I really believe that MMDA stood by the city of Valenzuela during these times. And maluwag na ho kami dahil pinaglaban ho namin yung karapatan ng mga motorista. We used the available tool in our arsenal which was the business permit. My overall impression after listening to the whole hearing this whole afternoon, sadly, there are immense powers or tools in the arsenal of the TRB pero parang hindi ho ata nagamit fully ho yun. And if there are no systems, there are no standards in place, talagang this is bound to happen again and again. Kami dito sa Valenzuela City, we protected our city by making sure na barriers up kami. And alam namin na maluwag, we've been posting pictures all day long dahil barriers up kami. Pero unfortunately, this problem will persist in the other LGUs of Bulacan, Pampanga, the neighboring cities of Metro ng Valenzuela sa Cabana. So sana, Madam Chair, hindi ho matapos doon sa statement na ng NLEX na it will take some time pa. Kasi I don't think the riding public can bear this anymore. Medyo mabigat na ho talaga eh. Hindi ko makita yung scenario na yung mga neighbor namin na motorista sa Bulacan, dadaan sa may toll plaza na merong barrier, tapos magkakaipit-ipit. And then pagdating sa Valenzuela, maluwag sila. Kami ho, nanggaling kami sa lalawigan ng Bulacan. Ang Valenzuela used to be part of Bulacan. And we are sympathizing with the motorists there kasi parang doon na papunta naman yung problema. Dahil maluwag na sa amin, dadaan sa amin, they can experience seamless travel, doon naman sa Bulacan magkakaroon ng problema. So I hope, Madam Chair, you can revisit again and take NLEX to account as well as TRB on what they need to do in Bulacan. I really believe hindi sapat yung ginalaw yung stickering away from the toll plaza, hindi sapat yung dinalik yung cash lane, nakakatulong yon. Pero there is a price to be paid for the non-investment of NLEX in their system upgrade. At ngayon lang sila nagkukumahog na may AO na at kailangan nila gawin. There's a price to pay and unfortunately, it's the commuters that are paying that price. So with that said, Madam Chair, maraming salamat and kami sa Valenzuela, we would gladly attend more of your hearings if you need us to shed light on what happened here.
You know what? I've always marveled at the intelligence and also the perceptiveness of Mayor Rex. Thank you for the summary that you have given us. In fact, you did the summary for me already. Kasi yung sinasabi ninyo na they did not use the powers that they have or the TRB didn't. They have no standards in place. If I may add, lack of communication, enforcement, and foresight. And that we need to revisit also what solutions or steps they're going to be taking in place. If I may request the good mayor to please submit to us what you just said and your other suggestions in writing, so that we can have a basis on evaluating progress, if ever, from these concessionaires and also from the regulatory board. So I wish I could adjourn this hearing, but because there is a follow-up to be made, we will have to do another hearing next year to see the talks between SMC and Metro Pacific with regards to interoperability and also the evaluation of the toll plazas in the coming weeks. So before I suspend, I would like to thank also Senator Sherwin Gatchalian for your participation today, because you were the one that brought to the Senate also the attention on this issue. I'd like to thank Senator Marcos, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Villanueva, of course, Senator Binay, who asked questions that we're all thinking about. Of course, our minority leader who offers guidance in almost all the hearings that we conduct in the Senate, Senator Drilon. And then we also have Senator Gordon. I would like to thank Secretary Tugade for your presence today because, of course, even if your undersecretaries issue statements, it will not have the same validity or authority as if you issue the statement. So your presence here today is certainly valuable, as well as the commitments you've made that we have on transcript. Thank you also to all of the InfraWatch and all of the groups that joined us. Mayor Ambrosio Cruz of Giginto, Bulacan, thank you for your presence. And then also the passengers group, thank you. So sa inyong lahat po, maligayang Pasko at manigong bagong taon. Salamat po.
Madam Chair, may I make one statement?
Okay, sir. Thank you. Go ahead.
Sandali lang po ito. Mga 2 statement lang po.
Pero in-adjourn ko na po to, so medyo...
I assure you, I listened and I learned. And I promise you, Madam Chair, because I listened and I learned, I will act. Maraming salamat po and Merry Christmas.
Oh, magandang pamasko po yan. Salamat for saying that, Secretary Tugade. You enjoy your time with your family, also the holidays. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Bye-bye.
Bye.